And good morning and welcome to the 2022 Anniversary Bash presented by Mid-America Outdoors featuring Ultra 4 and America Pro Rock Racing. I am Miles Hasquist. Along with me is Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Pam, it's going to be a good day.
It's going to be a great day. You can see the cars. Some of them are a little muddy for out there pre-running because there are mud puddles everywhere on course. Last night, cars were out, thrashing in the pits because some people had issues during qualifying yesterday. But it seems to be the most of them that we saw out in the pits and had some issues are out here and lined up and ready to go. So everybody's excited, ready. It's going to be a great day of racing, and it's going to be a night of awesomeness.
It's going to be a full-day affair. Yes. That is absolutely sure. And you were talking about the mud. Last year, mud was the issue. This year, there are a few mud holes, but dust, I believe, is going to play its issue. This morning, the UTVs, we have 44 that are going to be taking the line, so they're going to take off in 15-second increments. So I was talking to Paul Wolf last night about that, and he thinks that being out front is going to be his advantage. So Paul got those 7 points yesterday during qualifying, so he will be our pole setter, and they'll be taking off here in about 6 minutes. We're looking for that hard 7:30 start, and we will be live all day long, so make sure to tune in. I'll give you kind of a quick rundown of today's schedule. We're about to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And then at 9:30, we'll do the limited racers, the 4900, the 46, the 48, and the stock sportsman, which is kind of new to our series. And then right around 1 o'clock, we'll do the 4400 unlimited class. And that is the biggest, baddest names in our sport. So like I said, don't go anywhere. It's going to be one heck of a show. And then the future of our sport at 4 p.m. is the 170. So we got a few of those little guys and gals that are going to be out there running. I just love seeing them having so much fun. And then tonight from like 6 till 9, we'll be doing some America Pro rock bouncing with some knockout and all that. I'm excited to watch that. I'm a huge fan of everything that has an engine.
Exactly, right? If it has an engine that has this deep-throated sound like they have, that's what's really awesome as well. But no, I'm excited about seeing that. Last year here was the first time I'd ever seen the rock bouncers.
It's pretty insane. So
yes.
It's going to be a full day. Again, do not miss a single spot of it. Ultra4Racing.com/live. Go to the MAO app, the MAO or Ultra4 Facebook or YouTube's, and follow along. You can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing that Pam will be keeping us honest on. And you can, if you're playing it smart, have this up on the TV and then have your computer over here with the live timing.
Exactly.
And you can just follow along with everything. So it's going to be a wonderful day. First off, just want to thank you for tuning in. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful day.
And also make sure, if you are watching us on Facebook Live, make sure you chime in and let us know who you're rooting for. We'll try to keep up on all the comments as much as possible, give you guys a shout out. We'll have drivers coming up here also throughout the day, like letting us know how their day went or if they haven't gone yet. We actually might have some of the future of the sport come up here later on before they go on to race, because they are super excited to see the people that they look up to out here racing this morning and this afternoon before they go out on course. And it's just exciting to see how much they look up to all of these racers, and it's super cool to see them out here.
It's awesome. And behind us, you can see the hustle and the bustle. Everybody's trying to get everything going. I can hear a lot of hooting and hollering back there trying to get everybody in line. I saw Dustin Robbins earlier. He's the one that in that bright blue 311 All Things UTV. He's the one that dove right in that front ditch, and the front end was all tore up, but he was up there all smiles, said, "Hey, I'm taking a rear start." And I said, "No, you're starting all the way in the back." Had a good little joke with him. He gave me a big thumbs up and said, "It's going to be a good day."
It's going to be a great day. He wasn't the only one to do that yesterday. We had a couple of them do it, but they are definitely getting everybody all lined up right now. They got to make sure everybody's in their proper spots, and out there we have a timing loop that will kind of keep us honest of who's coming down as well, so we'll kind of know if we can't see the cars because of the mud. We'll try to know who's coming down towards us before they get down to the start-finish line. But like Miles said, live.ultra4racing.com, you can watch it at home. That's what we're watching. We're watching the live timing on as well. And also, like I said, the Facebook and the YouTube, and Miles says the Facebooks.
Yeah, we'll be all over the internet. Lots of pages share this. If you're there, share it. Start a watch party. Tell your family, tell your neighbors, tell everybody. We're going to blow this MAO Ultra 4 race up. And then we're going to end up with some rock bouncing. Can't think of anything better to do. And the weather today is going to be mid-80s, sunny. Dust will be here, but it's going to be an absolute beautiful day. This is the 10th annual anniversary bash, and this is the 7th year in a row it's been sold out. This place is wild. It's a lot of fun, and it's just going to keep on keeping on.
For sure. EB has an amazing, amazing facility here.
So it sounds like we got to, dot a few I's, cross a few T's. We're waiting on a few things to get lined up, so we're running a few minutes behind. It's possible, but we're hoping to kick this thing off very, very soon. This Rush Off-Road is over 7,000 acres. There's over 100 miles of trails out there, and we've been out there marking course and just checking everything out. And there's UTVs, there's buggies absolutely everywhere on this facility. But today we are locking down our track, making sure all racers are safe. Today is a 6.32-mile loop. The UTVs will be doing 5 laps, so that's roughly 31.5 miles. They will be taking off in 15-second increments. This race is on adjusted time.
Yes, it is. And let's talk about a little bit here. Mr. Paul Wolf, he is our pole sitter this morning in the UTV class. He is
and
also
the 4400.
The 4400. He is definitely making a great. He's already got a great name, but he's already he's making a great name for himself in the 4400 class already. Winning the Moab race just a few weeks ago. Now he's out here on the pole here in Rush, Kentucky. This is like his backyard, though. He's been coming and doing this kind of stuff for quite a while, so he knows this kind of stuff very, very well. But stepping up from a UTV into 4400, I was asking him yesterday about. We were talking about it on the live show. What do you have to do, to change your driving style between a UTV and a 4400? Because obviously the weight ratio is completely different.
Power to weight's a lot different. But a car's a car. They're both IFS up front. He says they handle different. It's just the big car is a lot bigger, a little sluggish, but it can soak up a lot more, so it's a lot more forgiving, but it's also wider. So if he's going to be this morning, used to be flying through all these trees, and then this afternoon he's going to get quite a bit wider, and he's going to have to watch himself. But there's nothing like practicing at race pace, so I think it's a huge advantage for the few. I know Justin Barth's doing it, Paul Wolf's doing it. There's a few of them out here that are running the UTVs, and then later on they'll be running the big cars. So I think that's a huge advantage. So it's going to be a great day.
It's going to be an awesome day. I know he's excited about being on the pole for both, and it's definitely great. It's great seat time to be in both classes for sure.
And there's lots of co-drivers that are doing the same thing.
Yes.
And look how packed this place is. We're at the top right of your screen in the Nitto Lounge, but these are all of our racers. There's North Shore at the bottom. I see lots of this is only a small section. This place is jammed up.
Yes, exactly. This is just a portion of Zone 4. I don't know how many zones are here, but when you come in and you're doing parking or you want to tell somebody where you're at, like they have it marked by zones. So this is just a minute spot of Zone 4. We're right, like Miles said, we're up there on the right-hand side. You can see where the dozers are and stuff. That's where they're going to be doing the rock bouncers, right there to the right hand of your screen right now. You can't quite see the whole hill.
Yeah, we're in that Mid-America Outdoors trailer just under that Nitto tent.
And so they're the rock bouncer course, they've been working really hard on it. They were out there testing it yesterday. They had one of the rock bouncers out there. It was a little too steep. They were a little concerned about the UTVs actually making up some of the spots, so they went and they did some rework on it.
We're going to go right up those flags up there. They're going to do knockout racing and a Bounty Hill tonight. That kicks off at 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's going to be a blast to watch. But like I said, we will be racing all day long. As you can just see, the sun is starting to peek out.
That's my favorite right there.
It's a little brisk this morning, but it's going to warm up and turn out to be a beautiful day.
It's supposed to be 80-something degrees today. Yeah. I mean, it's been a little bit chilly here, but yeah, that's a beautiful shot right there of the hill for the bouncers later on this afternoon or this evening.
Last year, if you remember, this place was a mud hole. It was the brown car passing a brown car,
Exactly.
But today it's going to be dry and dusty. I think dust out on the course is going to play its toll. So I think between lap traffic and everything, yesterday's qualifying was very, very important.
Yes, it was for sure, and I think you're right on. You said you were speaking with Paul Wolf. Getting out front this morning, and he'll be, clean air for the first full entire lap. It's going to definitely let him get a decent lead on everybody as long as all holds together and everything, because having a dust-free race is definitely key.
But doing 5 laps, I bet you Paul Wolf runs into lap traffic. I mean, it's a 6.3-mile lap, but that dude's fast. With that,
Yes.
We have 44, if I'm not mistaken, taking the line. We'll see when they take off. But I think lap traffic's definitely going to take its toll. This is a single-track spot for most of the race, but there's 8 either-ors out there. So if you're following somebody and they take the right, you better take the left and just hope.
Exactly.
That's where pre-running is very, very important.
And we know that Paul, he was out there pre-running in his UTV TV and in the 4400 car. So what Paul was talking about too with his 4400 being a UFO, the way they design those cars, they're up front a little bit more, and the way the front end is, they can see where their rock placement is on. And he's tall. I don't know how tall he is. He's got to be 6'4", 6'5". But being sitting in that car, he can see where the rock placement is for the tires, and it makes it a lot easier for everybody. We were discussing that's how the Campbell cars are built as well. So that's definitely key in this kind of stuff with his car and where he'll be able to place it, and all that good jazz. But there is the starting line right there. We are just waiting a few minutes.
You can see Paul Wolf at the top of the screen patiently awaiting. Right at that tree is where the timing loop is. This is our first Ultra 4 Eastern Series race. Up next will be our second of the Western Series, and that's going to be at Prairie City SVRA for some of the best short course racing we'll have all season long in Folsom, California, May 13th and 14th. So it's going to be a full season of racing. From there, we're going to go to the AOP in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, June 17th through the 19th. And then July 13th through 17th is Visions at MAO in Jay, Oklahoma. And that's a double points race, so do not miss that one. And that is an extremely family-friendly park destination, I call it.
Yes.
So if you are ever wanting to come to one, that's one to be at. But they're all good, because from there we go to Sturgis during Bike Week, August 5th through the 7th, and then we go back to Crandon at that big house, September 2nd through the 4th, and then we end up back at MAO, Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma for Legends of the Fall, October 26th through the 30th.
So, Miles, let's just go ahead and, since we're going off in 15-second increments, because normally we do 30, but because of the track being only 6, roughly miles, they are going off quicker. So let's go ahead and go through our drivers, and we can go ahead and do some pre information on them. So we have Paul Wolf in that number 1 spot. We have Cody Martin, that will be starting in number 2.
And then in third spot will be Jamie McCoy.
And then Mike Park will be in that 4th position.
And 5th spot will be Mitch Wofford.
In 6th position, Coy Chappell.
And then Colin Truitt in 7th spot.
8th position, James Cantrell.
And 9th spot will be Kyle Hathaway.
10th position, Levi Metzinger.
In 11th spot will be Robert Parker.
And 12th position will be Philip Poe.
And then in 13th spot will be Will Harris.
And 14th, William Barton.
In 15th spot, Aaron Lynch.
16th will be Brian Stone.
And then in 17th will be Brian Hamby.
And then the 18th position, Jody Ford.
In 19th position, A.J. Stratman.
And 20th will be Kyle Smith.
And 21st will be Jeremy Blackburn.
22nd position will be Cameron Zollers.
And 23rd will be Justin Barth.
24th position, Josh Owen.
And then in 25th, it'll be Brody Owen.
In 26th, it's going to be Thomas Ram.
In 27th, Jeff Donda.
28th position, Cody Quattlebaum.
In 29th will be Matthew Walraven.
And 30th will be Aiden Gilbert.
And 31st will be Matthew McIntosh.
I don't have the rest of the list. Oh, Ryan Stenberg in the 32nd position.
And 33rd will be Chris West.
And Dustin Robbins, 34th.
And 35th will be Dave Herman.
36th position, Carson Atkins.
And 37th will be Patrick Murray.
38th will be Alicia Halch.
And 39th position will be Kelsey Frazier.
40th will be Veronica Whitesell.
I believe I heard she dropped out. So these are a few that may or may not be coming.
Ian Dickey, he was out on course yesterday, though. He does have a time there at the 2:11 of Ian Dickey. So those couple.
So yeah, we have Amy Alvis, Eli Engel, Peyton Dumford, and Ian Dickel. So there's a few that'll be out there, but I do remember hearing Veronica Whitesell did drop out.
Correct.
So tough break for her.
That's quite a lineup there we have.
Yeah, over 40 UTVs will be taking the line.
Super exciting. It sounds like we're going to be, we're just waiting here just a few more minutes, and we'll get this race on course.
So last year's race course was an 8-mile loop, but this year it's only a 6.3, but it's a little more technical, so it's going to be just a great race. And what you're watching right now, this is called Horseshoe Holler. This is where we're stationed at, and this is a great viewing point. So we'll start right out the gate. We'll go up either the Bronco Hill or across the Rigid Ridge, and then it's a 6-mile through loop. I believe you'll go about 4 miles, and then you'll get the Big Edna. That's the Recaro Rise back in that section. We'll have a couple cameras back in there, and then we'll come back in here and then drop down the Yukon Launch and then hit the start-finish once again. So it's It's going to be a pretty wild race. I'm super excited to see this 5-lap race, 31.5 miles in total for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And while we're waiting for the start of the race, let's give some of our amazing partners some love. We have to give Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, Holley EFI, LaserNut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King Shocks, Ultimax Belts, King of the Hammers, Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC Cars, 360 Wraps, Rugged, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Raceline Wheels, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, and Warren. And it sounds like we are about to go hot with number 86, Paul Wolf, out of Brighton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing. He's in a Can-Am, MRT, Raceline, HCR, CA Technologies, G-Force, and Hess Motorsports. So Paul Wolf off the line.
And next up is the 296 of Cody Martin.
Cody Martin out of Gallatin, Tennessee with Team Martin Racing. He's in a Can-Am, Nitro Racing Parts, Moto Race Tires, all things UTV, EBC Racing Brakes.
And off the line, next up will be Mr. Jamie McCoy in that number 70 Can-Am.
Out of Kingsport, Tennessee with G-Force Racing in a Can-Am, JWR built car, G-Force Tune, Fox Shocks, STK, MRT, Evo Powers, Keller Ball Joints. Remember, they are taking off in 15-second increments.
And then the next off the line will be the 904 of Mike Park.
Out of Callahan, Florida with Team 904. He's in a Can-Am running Maxxis tires, Raceline wheels, and Double E Racing shocks.
All right, and the 253 of Mitch Wolford is on the line.
Mitch Wolford out of Ashland City, Tennessee with Razor Extreme. He's in a Polaris RS1, STI Rocktanes, OMF, Elka, and Rhino.
All right, and on the line right now is Mr. Coy Chapel in that 931.
Out of Waverly, Tennessee with Coy Chapel Racing. He's in a Polaris Razor, CA Technologies, all things UTV, Super ATV, Power Sports America, TriStar Powder Coating, Extreme Razor Performance, and Evolution Power Sports.
All right, next up is going to be the number 17 of Colin Truitt. This is his first UTV race here at Ultra 4.
Out of Nebo, North Carolina with Truitt Racing. He's in a Polaris, DFS Race Engine, Sparco, Walker Evans, HMF, Seal Savers, and Keller Ball Joints.
All right, next up the 902 of Mr. James Cantrell.
Out of 502, I believe you meant to say.
Oh, I did say I meant to. Yes, sorry.
So James Cantrell, number 502, out of Louisville, Kentucky, with Mad Ram 11. He's in a Pro Mod, multiple wins. His first Ultra 4 race was back in 2013.
All right, the 574, Kyle Hathaway, next on the line. He just took off.
He's got Kevin Porterfield riding shotgun with him. He's got a Honda Talon, Nitto, KMC, and G-Force.
All right, and next off the line will be Levi Metzinger in that 823.
So out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania with Levi Metzinger Racing. Saw his dad earlier today. He is super stoked for this race. He's in a Can-Am, RCV, PRP, MRT, Muscle Race Wheels, and G-Force shocks.
All right, and the 900 of Robert Parker is getting ready to take off the line.
He's in the Pro Mod class running a Can-Am, Maxxis, KMC, and Fox.
All right, next up is going to be Mr. Papa Poe, the number 6, Philip Poe.
Out of Shannon, Mississippi with Can-Am. He's running a Can-Am with MRT, Jamie McCoy Racing, G-Force Racing, NOS Suspension, JW Performance, CA Technology, MRT, Raceline, and Fox.
All right, next off the line will be the 4903 of Will Harris.
Out of Pendleton, South Carolina, he's got Chris May riding shotgun with him with Dynamic Fabrication Solutions Racing. He's in a Polaris MRT, Raceline wheels, G-Force suspension, and RCV.
Next off the line should be the 144 of William Barton.
Out of Middles. So that is Chicky Barton. Yes,
Chicky
it is
Barton.
William, but you'll remember Chicky Barton, that name. He used to
Chicky.
race with us a long time ago. So Chicky Barton, great to see him back. He's got his nephew Cameron riding shotgun with him out of Middlesboro, Kentucky with Chicky Barton Racing. He's in a Polaris, BFG, Vision, Fox, Next Level Motorsports, and Star Septic.
And off the line just now is the 113 of Aaron Lynch.
Out of Powell, Tennessee with MFN Performance with a Can-Am, Maxxis, STI, G-Force, Fox, Right Coast Off-Road.
All right, next off the line, the 5012 of Brian Stone.
Out of Edders, Pennsylvania with Brian Stone Racing. He's in a Pro-Modified Can-Am X3, RCV, G-Force, Maxxis, and Raceline wheels.
Next up, the 817 of Brian Hamby.
He's in a Can-Am running Maxxis tires, KMC, and Fox.
All right, next off the line, the 140 of Mr. Jody Ford.
Out of Markle, Indiana, with Team Indiana. He's in a Polaris Pro XP, Fox, BFG, Brannick, ZRP, PRP, MRT, Warren, and Raceline. He's got Brent Irwin riding Co-Dog, one of our great co-drivers out there.
Awesome. Okay, next off the line will be the 4906 of AJ Stratman.
Out of High Ridge, Missouri, with TTP Racing in a 4900 stock class Polaris, running King Shocks, ARP, CBR, Factory UTV, RCV, Warren, and Factor 55, Braven, Gateway Powder, HCR, Hooker Harness, ZRP, Rugged Radios, and Show Me Speed.
All right, and off the line just now is the 146 of Kyle Smith.
Out of Powhatan Point, Ohio, running a Can-Am, Maxxis, Fox, Performance Machine Off-Road, and RCV.
And the number 40 of Jeremy Blackburn just took off the line.
Out of Pikeville, Kentucky, with On the Gas Racing. He's in a 4900 stock Polaris, running Tusk and Walker Evans.
All right, next off the line will be the 395 of Cameron Zollers.
Out of Canton, Ohio, with Cam's Motorsports in a 4900 stock class Polaris Turbo S, Super Grip tires, Raceline wheels, Walker Evans shocks, and RCV.
All right, next off the line will be the 417 of Mr. Justin Barth, doing double duty.
Yes, out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing. He's got Anthony Young riding shotgun with him. He's in a Polaris, RCV, MRT, Walker, Warren, Hess, and PCI, and G-Force.
And next off the line, the 375 of Josh Owen.
375 out of Westminster, South Carolina, with Mash Your Motor Racing. He's in a Polaris Razor, Maxxis, XD wheels, and Fox.
And then 398 of Brody Owen is off the line.
Out of Dewey Rose, Georgia, with Mash Your Motor Racing. He's in a Polaris Turbo S, Maxxis, Fuel Wheels, and G-Force Racing.
And then next off the line, 589 of Thomas Ram.
Out of Fenton, Michigan, with 589 Fabrication. He's in a Can-Am X3 Turbo RR, Fox, Icon, Maxxis, and KMC.
And next up off the line will be the 4908 of Jeffrey Donda.
Out of Wheeling, West Virginia, with Metalworks Racing. He's in a Metalworks Motorsports Prep Polaris, Fox, Nitto, and Method race wheels.
Next up will be the number 33 of Cody Quattlebaum.
Out of Macon, Georgia, with Bandit Off-Road Racing. He's in a Polaris Razor, Warren, Brannick, MRT, Rugged, OGO, Keller Performance, Castle Lake Metal LLC, and Walker Evans shocks.
And on the line right now is the 118 of Matthew Walraven.
Out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina, he's in a Polaris Razor, MRT tires, Method, and Fox.
Next on the line is the young Aiden Gilbert in the 618.
That is Casey Gilbert's son, and Casey's actually riding shotgun with him out of Fenton, Michigan, with Gilbert Brothers Racing. He's in a Polaris Razor, Nitto, Method, Fox. He wants to thank Team Funhaver, Brannick, Big B, and his mom and dad with Alliance Tree Service.
All right, and then next on the line will be the 4918 of Matthew McIntosh.
Matthew McIntosh getting ready to take off the line as we speak.
And then next up off the line should be the 3101 of Ryan Steinberg.
Out of Pleasant Shade, Tennessee, with Eagle Attack Racing. He's got a Can-Am running Rockzilla, Raceline, and Fox. This is his first race with us here at MAO and Ultra 4 Racing.
All right, next up should be the 615 of Mr. Chris West.
Running a Pro Modified Polaris Razor, running BFG tires, Raceline wheels, and Elka shocks.
Next on the line is that 311 of Dustin Robbins.
Out of Decatur, Alabama, running All Things UTV. He's in a Can-Am, All Things UTV, Vision Wheels, Super ATV, KMC, BFG, Walker Evans, Dragonfire Seats, KB3, Warren, Bikeman Performance, and G-Force. And we saw him take that tumble in qualifying, but it's great to see him back out there on the track.
And on the line right now is that 293 of David Herman.
Speaking of taking a tumble, he did the same thing as Robbins did. He has Kate O'Donnell, Liam O'Donnell's daughter, riding shotgun out of Lebanon, New Jersey, with Hogs and Heifers Racing, running a Textron Robbie Gordon built car, Sedona tire, Hooker harness, Advanced Coatings, Low C Speed UTV, Vixen Industries, VP, Racing Fuels, Mud Munchers, and Maxima Oils.
And the next off the line was the 722 of Carson Adkins.
Out of Seymour, Tennessee, with Devon 722 Racing. He's in a Yamaha YXZ 1000, Toyo tires, Raceline wheels, and Fox shocks.
And off the line just now was the 4928 of Kelsey Frazier.
Out of Cochinton, Ohio, we're running the 4900 stock class, Can-Am, Pro Armor, and Fox. Looks like up next is going to be Peyton Dumford and her dad Jarrell riding shotgun, number 7. Out of Cincinnati, Ohio, with Dirt Princess Racing and a Polaris Razor, MRT tires, off-road Vixens, AJK off-road, Raceline wheels, and Extreme Mudding.
All right, and the 77 of Ellie Ingalls off the line.
And another 4900 stock class, Polaris RS1, Maxxis tires, Raceline wheels, and Walker Evans shocks. So I believe we got all of our cars. What do we have, just over 40?
And the last one off the line just now was the 211 of Ian Dickey.
In a Pro Modified Polaris, Sedona tires, and Double E Racing. So we've got all of our cars out online. I think we're right around 40 cars that took off this morning for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class.
Yes.
I believe that is Paul Wolf, our physical race leader.
And you can see he took the left either or right there.
So he should be about 1.5 miles from the finish. And I'll give you a quick rundown. We do have 3 classes running today. We have the stock production UTV. You have to have an OEM chassis, 1000 max engine, 33-inch tires, must-run front body and side plastics. Rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire. We also have the Pro Modified UTV class based on an OEM chassis. Aftermarket chassis are allowed. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed, but must run full front plastics, 1000 max engine. Aftermarket turbos are allowed, 35-inch tire. Then the open is basically don't go over 1,000 cc engine. It's time to roll.
All right.
That was
sounds
D-Pat,
like
it looked like.
It was D-Pat for sure. It sounds like we're going to have Mr. Paul Wolf here in shortly. That on screen, I can't quite make out who that is yet.
So this is one of our remote cameras, and you can see one car's already broke down off to the side, so tough break there, but it looks like he's off course just enough. Oh, he's missing the right front, so it's... So that may be a trail reeler from last night.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
So on screen just now, that was the 904 of Mike Park, and there's the 253 right there of Mitch Wolford.
And the single seat. Oh, and that's the
underpass.
Spot. Yeah, the Rush underpass. So this is one of an either or. You could have went left right there or right.
And Mr. Paul Wolf took the left-hand lane right there.
Did he? Okay,
yes,
I missed that.
Yes.
This is going to be an exciting race. They are racing 5 laps, 6.3 miles per lap, so a 31.5-mile
There's Colin
race.
Truitt, the number 17 right there.
And hopefully your son gets to race that race next year. So if you're just joining us, we want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash featuring Ultra 4 and American Pro Rock Racing, presented by Mid-America Outdoors. And there's a fast little section right here. I love the cameras in the way back, and that shows you how tight these trees are, but you have to watch out. They can jump out and bite you.
Yes.
That's a Honda Talon out front, I believe.
That was, who was in the Honda Talon? That was not David Herman. There are so many, like you were saying, Miles.
I believe that was Kyle Hathaway with Kevin Porterfield riding shotgun.
Oh, that's right, Kyle Hathaway. You were saying, that's the 900 right there.
Was that Robert Parker, possibly? And that looks like it could be Justin Barth coming into screen.
Oh, there's the 17 of Colin Truitt right there.
So, yeah, there's a lot of UTVs. And like we said, last year was super muddy. This year's still muddy enough. It's going to be hard to tell these UTVs.
I believe that's Coy Chapel. No, yes, that's Coy Chapel.
Yeah,
that was behind Colin
Truitt. So, we have Coy Chapel.
Nice little right-hand turn right there. You can see all the red tape out there. And you can hear in the background there is somebody that will be – there's Mr. Paul Wolf. He just now went through. His lap time will be a 13:18 is his lap time.
So I was guessing 15 minutes yesterday, so they're already turning a 13:18. Paul Wolf is on a mission. He started out front and is still out front. But remember, they took off in 15-second increments as Paul Wolf heads up and across the rigid ridge. So
that was Ian Dickey. He started last on
and then we have Jamie McCoy that just came through with the new fast lap. So on adjusted time, Jamie McCoy has him with a 13:10.
Between Jamie McCoy and Paul Wolf, it's definitely going to be, I would not be surprised if we don't have another Moab-style finish between Jamie McCoy and Paul Wolf today.
So we've talked about it before that Jamie McCoy is a madman in the woods and just really, takes his own. But Paul Wolf's no slouch. We've got 40 UTVs out there on course as we speak, and it is going to be one heck of a day of racing. As they head across the Rigid Ridge, they're dropping down the Yukon Launch, coming in here to the short course, and it is going to be one heck of a day.
And we were saying earlier there's muddy car. It's not going to be that muddy, but in reality it's muddy because they are going through water. There's no way avoiding water on this race course. So between the dust and the water, they're going to have muddy cars. We're already having issues trying to see them, but that was Mr. Mike Park that just came through. He is on course physically third and also in third position unofficially right now. Mitch Wolford just went through. His lap time was a 13:52, so Jamie McCoy still has the fastest time right now. Unofficially puts him in first position at a 13:10.278.
So if you want to watch this same live timing that Pam has in front of her, go to live.ultra4racing.com, put the live feed on the big screen, and then get your computer out and watch the live timing, and you can really keep up with your favorite racer and see how they're stacking up. Because remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 15-second increments. It's a 6.3-mile loop, 5 laps in total, so it's a 31.5-mile race.
So right now we have 4 cars that came through, and they're out on their second lap of 5 right now.
But it's going to get fast and fast. So a 13:10 by Jamie McCoy. Like I said, I was guessing in that 15-minute range, and they are really on to something. So he drops down the Yukon Launch as we speak, heading out for another lap. I believe that's Kyle Hathaway and
You're
Kevin
correct.
Porterfield.
It was Kyle Hathaway for sure.
Heading up the Bronco Hill.
It was Levi Metzinger actually came in. He is actually running in the 5th position right now. So we have Jamie McCoy in number 1, Paul Wolf in 2nd, Mike Park 3rd, Levi Metzinger 4th, Mitch Wolf in 5th, and then Kyle Hathaway in 6th position. That is all unofficial right now.
That's on adjusted time.
Yes, exactly.
Because I believe Paul Wolf is still out front.
He's physically. He was when they went through.
And there is the 144 of Chicky Barton. Great to see him. He's got his nephew and him riding shotgun. But you'll remember him from the old days running around, and had a nice chat with him a couple nights ago. Great to see Chicky Barton back here racing with us.
And Mr. Coy Chappell came through. He is physically in that 7th, not physically, on corrected time, in 8th position now.
There is A.J. Stratman coming through screen for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. There goes the number 40 of Jeremy Blackburn.
So Jamie
there's
McCoy,
a great shot of the either or there. Go ahead, Pam.
Jamie McCoy is out on course on adjusted time in that 1st position right now.
And Brian Stone just moved into 3rd spot.
He did. So 3 cars just came through all at the same time. And obviously we know that Brian Stone was one of them. And it looks like Philip Poe was one of them as well.
How cool is that to see 3 cars battling up the Bronco Hill? Now they're heading across the Rigid Ridge, and it is nose to tail, and somebody's in somebody's way, and they are getting a little frustrated. But right here, there's not much room.
That is an awesome shot.
There are 8 either-ors out there on course, but it is going to be a very exciting race. And you know there's some frustration right now.
Definitely you can hear the horns going up there in the background here. You guys cannot hear that at home, but they are, like you just said, nose to tail. But right here, they're going to make a left-hand turn.
No, this is a hard right here.
Right here, but once they get out on the Pipeline Road, they're going to make a left to go across.
Yep. And
so right there, they can
for
pass.
Sure. Yep. Yeah, got another probably 100 yards in this tight tree section before they get on that power line road. And this right in this section was where we were talking to Paul Wolf yesterday, where he kind of caught the edge a few years back and really took a tumble. So these trees can really jump out and bite you, especially. And I'm actually impressed right here. I thought dust was going to be horrible in these sections, but as you can see, there's 3 of them nose to tail, and it's not. So they're going to do a 45 left here, and then jump across the power line. And there should be some passing going on right now. So hopefully this drone can stick with them. Yes, 3 wide on the Power Line Road.
And that's right there. They don't go really, really far on Power Line Road. They go, probably
a couple hundred yards?
Yeah,
yep.
200 yards.
And then they jump right and head right back into the tight tree section.
No.
Oh, somebody got a little, I don't know if that's a mud hole there or what, but somebody was going for the pass and got stuck.
And they had the lead, it looked like, on that pass. And obviously, sometimes the course will bite you.
It looks like we got a battle coming in about a mile out from the finish line. Is that Dustin Robbins possibly? Oh, it froze on us. That may be Cody Quattlebaum in the back section. Yes, I was right on both of them. So Dustin Robbins, then Cody Quattlebaum back battling it out. And there's a great shot of the either or. So Robbins went left, Quattlebaum went right.
And I don't really know which one was the faster line. We took both of them when we were out course marking. And
I think about all the either ors were,
pretty
oranges
equal.
and apples. What do you want to take? And to me, Quattlebaum played that perfect because he saw Dustin Robbins go left, so might as well take the right. What if you get around him?
Exactly.
Another fast section of the Power Line Road. This is a very fast track. I was very impressed. 13:10. I'm going to say we're going to get in that 12.5 mark by the end of the day.
I would have to probably agree with you on that for sure. And so let's go ahead and run through who all has came in so far out on lap 2. We have Jamie McCoy in that number 1 position, Paul Wolf number 2, Brian Stone 3rd, Mike Park 4th, Levi Metzinger 5th, Mitch Wolford 6th, Kyle Hathaway 7th, Philip Poe in 8th, Robert Parker 9th, and Kyle Smith 10th, Aaron Lynch 11th, Brian Hamby 12th, James Cantrell 13th, Coy Chappell 14th, Jeremy Blackburn 15th, Jody Ford 16th, and Will Harris 17th. And that is just the adjusted time. That is not how they are all physically on course.
And you just said Jeremy Blackburn. We saw him head up the Bronco Hill.
So it sounds like there's lots of battles going out on course. That's super awesome to hear because that's what makes this racing fun.
And we want to give some love to USAC. They're our sanctioning body. We'll be running our timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. We have our USAC rep, Lee O'Donnell, 23, here on site, making sure everything's running smooth. It's been a great partnership as we were watching a great battle on top of the Rigid Ridge.
There's another great battle.
Yeah, getting
ready to come down the Yukon launch.
So there's 2 spots. There's that first section, then you can go a little wider and it's a little smoother.
That's the 144
of Chicky Barton.
And
it looks like they're coming into the HCR hot pits.
Chicky Barton did. I believe that was Cameron Zollers that came in behind Chicky, and Cameron did not come into the hot pits. We do have a Colin Truitt here in the hot pits.
So that's the 144 of Chicky Barton. So, Pam, I'm going to run down there and kind of check it out. I'll be right back and give you a little info from the HCR hot pits.
You can get Colin and Chicky. So lots of battles going on out there. Sounds like we have another battle that'll be coming in a mile and a half away from the start-finish line. I believe that might have been the 49.35. On screen, that was the 618 of Aiden Gilbert right there behind. I'm not sure who that was right in front. Looks like we have had quite a few come through here. But we still have Mr. Jamie McCoy in that number 1 position, not physically on course that we know of, but he is on adjusted time in that number 1 spot. Paul Wolf in 2nd position. Brian Stone 3rd, Mike Park 4th, Levi Metzinger 5th, Mitch Wolford 6th, Kyle Hathaway 7th, Philip Poe 8th. Okay, that right there, I believe, is Mr. Paul. Yeah, there's Paul Wolf right there on screen. He took that left-hand lane last lap, and he is now taking that left-hand lane again. So obviously that is a faster lane for him because out there pre-running, and that right there is Mr. Jamie McCoy. He took it straight earlier, and it looks like he is doing it again. So you have a preferred line that you like, and you're going to stick with it. Sounds like we have a traffic jam. That is the 4928 right there of Kelsey Frazier. Looks like she got a little sideways on the course.
And that just shows you that the bottlenecks could absolutely happen. So I just ran back from the HCR hot pits. Chicky Barton's having some power steering issues. They're not sure. Everything looks, it's there, but they're wondering if he said the battery light has popped on, so it's electric power steering.
Okay.
So they're having something issues, and he looks very disappointed.
Okay.
Colin Truitt hit a rock, and it ripped the steering wheel out of his hands, hurt his shoulder. I got 2 thumbs up from his mom. He's in pain, but he's okay.
He does have an issue with one of his shoulders from racing previously, so it more than likely is that same shoulder.
And that's what somebody said. He has an issue with his shoulder popping out. And he was, like I said, I could tell it hurt him, but his mom said, gave me 2 thumbs, he's going to be okay. So tough break for him.
Yeah, they'll tape him up and get him home. And okay, so it looks like they are going around Kelsey Frazier, who is sideways on course right now.
And that is on the Recaro Rise there at Big Edna.
That was the 253 that just passed by.
Mitch Wolford. So that just shows you how tight and technical this spot is. And it looks like if they can get turned around and at least get out of the way, because remember, you can get 25 feet off of center line, of course. But there's not much passing there. So if she can get out of the way, they can move to the side and at least let the next one head up.
Exactly, and that's exactly what's going on. They're moving out of the way so she can get out of the way.
And that's a class act. She knows she's in the way. She's just trying everything she can do to get out of the way. And now the Recaro Rise, they're drag racing up. This is a great shot. This is about mile marker 5 or so.
Yeah, it's between 4 and 5, yes.
So it's really cool to see the Recaro Rise heading up. That's the number 77 of Eli Engel.
There's
Ryan
some passing
Stenberg.
right there.
They're having some fun. That was Patrick Murray, I believe.
Yeah, the 902 of Patrick Murray got passed on the left-hand side there.
What a
That's
great
Coy
race
Chapel.
we have.
No, it's not Coy Chapel. There's another purple chassis out here.
There's a bunch of them that all look the same. The UTVs are a little tricky to tell apart. And remember, we have 3 races going on at the same time. We have the stock production, pro modified, and the open.
So that was a tough that was probably Kelsey. She had a purple chassis as well. So Kelsey Frazier, she waited for everybody to get by and went ahead and went after. That was awesome, though. She got clear, of course, without having to have any kind of...
And here comes Paul Wolf, our physical race leader. We'll see what kind of time he threw down this time with a 3:38.
Yes.
So he's staying consistent.
So he's 20 seconds slower on that lap.
So I wonder if it's lap traffic or what's going on.
And
where's Jamie McCoy? It's going to be super exciting.
So Paul Wolf came down. He took the left-hand either or by the Rush underpass, and Jamie McCoy took the right. So they were very close. Jamie McCoy just went through, and he is still on adjusted time. He is in that number 1 position. Physically out
by
on course
3 seconds. Wow, This is going to be a race to the finish. But remember to finish first. First, you must finish. Where is Cody Martin? He started in that 2nd position. I don't remember seeing him lately.
That is the 4:28. Is that what that number was, Miles?
I missed that one. I apologize. They're heading up the Bronco Hill as we speak. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash featuring Ultra 4 and American Pro Rock Racing, presented by Mid-America Outdoors.
So that was the 77 right there.
And there's Philip Papapo, and number 77 is Eli Engel.
Engel, yes.
And there's a pass, so there's a great either-or.
So
the Rush underpass is on the right.
Is that Eli Engel in the Polaris, I believe?
Yep,
so he took the left
side.
hand, and then the other 2 took the right side, which I think it was Papapo, and I think that might have been Coy Chapel in front of both of them. They are coming into the HCR hot pits. So coming into the HCR hot pits, it's actually directly behind us, but they have a directional hot pit, so they can't just come in and like cut across and go.
Correct.
They have
you have to come all the way through. And we got another car coming in. That's the 618. Oh, that's Aiden Gilbert. So I may run down there real quick and
looks like he's maybe just going to do a quick run around.
So they're doing something just quick and easy, it looks like. There's the 900 of Robert Parker.
Looks like they're making like tie rods and stuff, looking like they're shaking the tires, making sure everything's tight still. We have somebody coming down the Yukon launch right at this moment.
That's Kelsey Frazier. She was the one that was backwards. There's an RS1 Polaris Razor.
253.
That is going to be Mitch Wolford.
Wolford, yes. And
heading
he
up
is
the Bronco Hill.
He is physically third on course and third on time right now, on corrected time.
So we're roughly halfway through this race right now.
Because Jamie McCoy, Paul Wolf, and Mitch Wolford, they are the three that are out on their third lap. And what will happen, too, is when they finish, that's the end of the race. So it's a Grand Prix-style finish.
Once the checkered flag flies for the winner, everybody else from here on out gets the checkered flag, because we're going to try to keep to our schedule best as we can. And so at 9:30, we're hoping to kick off the limited racers, and then at 1, we'll do the 4,400. At 4, we'll do the youth classes, and then 6 o'clock, we'll start the American Pro Rock.
And the 817 of Brian Hambios, who was on screen, that right there that just came through the start-finish line, is the 904 of Mike Park.
So we'll kind of give you a quick rundown of this 6.3-mile course. We start here in the Horseshoe Holler, and then we head right up the Bronco Hill across the Rigid Ridge, and we're doing clockwise on this course. So you can see race mile 1, race mile 2, and then you see all the either-ors on this course. There's 8 of them, and there's one either-or inside of an either-or. We had a good laugh about that in the shot line. And race mile 5 is right around where we have one at Big Edna, and right around that race mile 5 either-or. Those are where our 2 remote cameras are back. And then we have the FPV Believe Cam drone here, and we have our high and wide Mavic. So we've got multiple cameras all over this race course, and it's just really cool to kind of give you a shot of what's going on. Sounds like through my rugged race radios, we had a log jam out there, and so we may have a bunch of cars coming through. So it's going to get exciting. It's going to be
fun and exciting coming down like it is single track for the most part. And that's Coy Chapel that just came through the start-finish line. He is 6th position right now.
That's the 913, I believe,
yeah,
or 931 of Coy Chapel.
Actually, he is in the 7th position on corrected time. But we can definitely see over here on the Rigid Ridge, there's a nice little battle going on here. I'm not sure who that was that just came through. The cars, when they're all brown, they all look alike for the most part. But we do have 7 cars that are out on their third lap right at this moment.
And look, coming down, getting ready to drop down the Yukon launch, we have a battle. Remember, there's 2 lines coming down this hill. And this is going to show you that's the faster, but a big drop, and then the other line's a little smoother. Pam, this race is really starting to come to us.
It is. I'm sitting here watching the timing, trying to make sure I'm seeing everybody coming through. And we have, that's the numbers.
That's Peyton Dumford and her dad, Jarrell, coming into the HCR hot pits. I'm going to run down there real quick, Pam, and get a quick chat with Peyton.
All right, sounds good, Miles. Going to get your workout in for sure. So we'll go ahead and go through what we have out on our third lap right now. We have Mr. Jamie McCoy in that number 1 position, Paul Wolf number 2, Levi Metzinger 3rd, Mitch Wolford 4th, Brian Stone 5th, Philip Poe 6th, Mike Park 7th, Robert Parker 8th, McCoy Chapel in 9th. Those are our 9 cars that are out on their third lap right now, and that is on adjusted time. As we can see, Jamie McCoy is running second place physically on course, but first place on adjusted time. So you can see right there, those are the hot pits, and Miles is down there seeing what's going on and checking it out. But we have all of our hot pits set up. They will switch out later on for the next race, but we have a little bit of a loop that you could see whenever you were looking at from above. They have to go around a tire. They have to keep it directional. But that is, who is that on there? Number 7. So that's where Miles is down there right now checking out to see what's going on. Looks like they're taking Colin Truett's car off course. He hurt his shoulder, so he is not going to finish out the race today like we said earlier. But he is okay. Mom just walked by and said, we're going to get going. But we do have a couple cars that just came through, a couple Can-Ams.
So I just had a quick chat with Peyton and Jarrell Dunford. They're saying something just loose in the car. They're not really sure what it is. They're worried about steering, maybe a drive shaft. So they're just kind of checking everything out. But they're hoping to get back out and make a few more laps.
That is awesome. So that is the 116 that's coming in right now as well. So you'll be able to see them coming and going. Actually, I'm sorry, that is the 145 coming in the hot pits right now.
As we're watching Peyton Dunford heading out.
146, I read that right. That is Kyle Smith just came into the hot pits. Looks like they're going to do a tire change.
Lots of action in the HCR hot pits as we speak. Looks like it's a left rear tire change for Kyle Smith. So, Pam, where are we at on?
I just ran through it when you were down there. So we do have 14 cars out on their third lap at this time. Aaron Lynch, Jody Ford, and Will Harris, they have came through since you were down there.
Okay, thank you, Pam.
And Robert Parker as well. But we still do have Jamie McCoy out there on adjusted time in that first position with Paul Wolf in that second position.
And only 3 seconds are on adjusted time. Remember, they did take off in 15-second increments. Paul Wolf was on the pole. Jamie McCoy started 45 seconds behind him. So if Jamie McCoy can see Paul Wolf, time is on his side.
When you see that dust, you definitely chase it, as long as there's dust to chase for sure. But yes, for sure he is. I'm wanting to see. Obviously, we are going to see what's going to happen. But how cool would it be for Paul Wolf to have another finish like we had at Moab when he was with Lauren Healy, 23-second gap between 1 and 2.
Yeah, that was insane.
That makes it for a great race.
It makes for a great race for everybody. What a wonderful day, and be sure to stay tuned in all day. We've got action all day for the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash featuring Ultra 4 and American Pro Rock Racing, presented by Mid-America Outdoors. I am Miles Hasquist. Alongside me will be Pam Hall. And is that Paul Wolf, our physical race leader? I believe so.
It is.
Still running strong.
86 Can-Am.
So he's about a mile and a half out.
He has taken that left line every single time.
Hey, that's where pre-running comes. And now we have 2 going the left line. So I thought the right line was faster, but maybe the left line, there's something out there that's developed.
But if you see Jamie McCoy has been taking the right line, and he is not in camera yet, which surprises me.
Well, remember, it's a 45-second time slip between the two.
Dustin Robbins, that was a very class act right there for the car that was in front of him to let him go ahead and go by.
As they're heading up the Bronco Hill, and then they'll take a left here and head across the Rigid Ridge. What a wonderful day of racing it has been, and it is just getting started. We are hot and heavy during the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Remember to get on the MAO app. It's on Google and Apple. Download that, and you can watch everything from here and Mid-America Outdoors.
Oh, here's somebody coming in with a right front flat now.
So tires are starting to become an issue more than I anticipated. You can also go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra 4 and MAO Facebooks and YouTube channels. You can share it, start a watch party, get on the Ultra 4 Instagram, and hashtag it up.
They have front and rear right front flat. That is the 395. 395, I believe, is that car number?
That's Cameron Zollers with a right front flat tire.
Right and rear. I thought the rear, but it doesn't look like it
just
at
the
this
right
point.
front, I believe. So, again, we need to give some of our amazing partners some love. We have Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, Ultimax, King of the Hammers, Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axial, 360 Wraps, Rugged, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Raceline Wheels, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon HCR, Warn, and Factor 55. So please support who supports the sport. With all of those amazing partners, we would not be racing here today in Rush, Kentucky for Ultra 4 Racing.
I could not quite catch the number on that car.
That car was moving.
Yes, they were. That's Big Edna right there, correct?
I believe so. Yep, that's the Recaro Rise.
Recaro Rise. Such a cool view right there to see them coming downhill. Like
Could be Wofford right there coming down.
Again, the cameras really don't do justice for how steep these hills are.
It is absolutely awesome out there. Yes, that is Mitch Wofford.
Yes.
And that Polaris RS1 Polaris RZR. Running strong. And these cars are getting harder and harder to tell apart. This is the 49 Can-Am UTV class running 5 laps, 6.3 miles per lap, so roughly 31.5 miles of racing. We have another car in the HCR hot pits. 395 possibly. Looks like that is Cameron Zollers. Oh, he came in for a tire change earlier. Sounds like we could be getting the white flag here in about 12 minutes. Get a little chatter through my rugged race radios. There's another 615. So this is the HCR hot pits, and to come in the pits, you have to go all the way down around that tire and then come into your pits, and we got another right rear flat tire.
Do they have one? They don't have
That is the 615, I believe, of Chris West coming in for another tire change. Pam, tires are becoming an issue.
Tires are becoming an issue. I mean, there's not a lot of rocks out there, but there are some trees out there. I don't know when you were on course with JT if you saw some of those stumps in the middle of the course.
They can jump out and bite you, especially if you're in somebody's dust just a little bit. Some of those stumps are in the ruts, and they'll just come out and get you.
I was just talking to Colin Truitt right here behind us, and he was saying out there, he was like, the dust was horrible. But his shoulder has popped out, so.
But it looks like he was in good spirits.
He's in good spirits.
Tough break. But
unfortunate, though, he races at Mid-America also in the Side-by-Side Championship Series, and we have a race next weekend. So he's going to, have to figure that one out for sure. Got the dozer going out behind us here. Can you hear that? The bulldozer going to probably move some dirt over here. And you can see other people from other teams coming over to help out in the hot pits.
And
I love seeing that.
Yeah, all teams are here to help everyone.
I believe that was Cameron Gilbert. He's over there right now, and other teams. It's all one big family, as we always say, that comes out. You know, you'll see when people come in to the pits, if they need help, other people from the other ones do come in. And I was Levi Shirley at King of the Hammers this year. He was one of the biggest people to me, like all of them were helping out, but his car broke on the first lap.
And he was in remote pit one with a bad transmission.
With a bad
correct?
transmission, yep. Exactly. He was super bummed because that, he was trying to, retire Loretta, but he ended up helping out in every single pit every time somebody came in. It was just awesome to see how sportsman it is, because when you're in a race and you break, it definitely messes with your mind. You get a little upset, but he didn't do that. He just went. He instantly just started helping out everywhere.
And that's what it's all about. Is everybody's here to help everybody. They want to beat you at your best on course,
right?
Not in the pits.
Exactly.
So it's all hands on deck.
And on screen there, that was the 900. I'm trying to get these names all down with their
Robert
numbers.
Parker, I believe. So, Pam, let's get caught up on times.
Yes,
where are we at?
Oh,
so where's Jamie McCoy?
So Jamie McCoy, remember when I said Paul Wolf was taking that left-hander? Jamie McCoy has not came through yet. So we have Mr. Paul Wolf is physically and on corrected time in first place.
So Jamie McCoy's a lap down right now, or how far back is he? We are not sure.
We are not sure.
But on adjusted time, it's Paul Wolf, then Mitch Wofford, and then Mike Park.
And on screen right there, that was Brian Stone in the 5012.
And the top three are all in the UTV Pro Modified class.
That, I believe, was Justin Barth that just went past. But, yes, we have Paul Wolf, number 1, Mitch Wolford, number 2, and Mike Park in that third position. They are all out on their fourth lap right now.
There's number 900. That is
Robert Parker.
Robert Parker.
And a lot of them seem to be taking that right-hand line right there.
So I believe
he was in third. Unfortunately, we have Levi Metzinger over here. He was running in that third position earlier, and he is out of the race. So we have a great battle going on right here. That is
up the Recaro Rise. That is number 40. That is Jeremy Blackburn.
And that was the 113 right behind him.
Of Aaron Lynch.
Yes, that was a great battle going on.
So next time around for Paul Wolf, he'll be getting the white flag, correct?
He will be getting the white flag, and as long as it all keeps going as it is, and when he gets that checkered flag, that is the end of the race for everybody. So we'll start seeing the hot pits switching out here shortly.
So we're about an hour away, if we can keep on schedule, from kicking off the limited races. We'll be racing the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports class.
The car on screen, I can't quite see their number right now, but it looks like they were having to start the car. Their lights flickered off and then back on, and then it looks like they stopped, and you could see them restart their car.
So we've been talking about electric power steering. Sometimes if you get them wet or you shock load it, you have to restart the car and reset your power steering.
And there he just now stopped, and he pulled off. He knew he had somebody behind him. But, yes, he definitely was stopping to restart the car.
Is that Mitch Wofford and Paul Wolf possibly?
And that was Justin Barth, I believe, wasn't it, right before?
These cars are getting harder and harder to tell.
And here's right here is a great thing right here to see the either ors.
That was Aaron Lynch.
Aaron Lynch,
so sorry about that. But what a great race we have during the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash, featuring Ultra 4 and America Pro Rock Racing, presented by Mid-America Outdoors.
That is the 902 right
of
there.
Patrick Murray, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're correct.
As he heads up the Bronco Hill. And then he'll take a hard
bicycle.
Yeah, these ruts are getting more dug out and more dug out. I remember racing here last year. It was really starting to come together.
All right, on screen there, that is the 589. I love how they have the shark fin on them because we can see it.
Thomas Ram.
We're going to have us a special guest in here. He would rather not be in here with us right now, but unfortunately he is. So we have Mr. Levi Metzinger.
So why are you out here with us and not in the car, buddy?
We were running really good, and then we got to the top of the hill there, and just lost all my steering.
So electrical, or did something fall apart? Mechanical or electrical?
I'm not sure. Nothing looks bent or broken, so I think it's going to be electrical.
Oh, that's a tough luck. You were having a great race.
You were running like in third position there for a little bit.
And you got second place last year, if I'm not mistaken, so you were really hoping to get back on the podium, but, that's a tough break.
Yeah, it was going to be our double point race for the Ultra Fork for Missing Hammers.
Okay.
And we qualified like crap yesterday in 10th, but car felt really good, changed the steering rack last night because we had steering issues in qualifying. And made a lot of passes on the first lap, got by like Cantrell and Hathaway in like the first 2 miles, caught Colin, and caught I think all the way up to Mike Park physically. And
so speaking of lap traffic, how hard is passing here? Because it's mainly just the 2-track, but with all the either ors, where are you getting your passes at?
You just get behind somebody, hit the horn, and there's a lot of places to pull over. There's not a lot of passing.
So they're being sportsmen.
Right. So
cool.
all them guys in front of me were moving over pretty good.
That's good.
And, yeah.
Good to hear.
And, the either ors, some of them are drastic. Like, some are really, really long, and you have no idea where you're at until you come back in.
So to me, if I was racing and I was behind somebody and it's an either or, they take left, I'm going to take right regardless, just to hope to get around them. Is that kind of your deal, or do you stick with your favorite line?
On a lot of them, you can. It depends on how much faster you think you are than the guy. Like, obviously, you're going to pick the fast line, but if someone's in it, you got to be that much faster to get around them.
Yeah. Well,
exactly.
I hate to see you up here with us. You had a great run going, and then, like you said, steering issues. That's just part of it. There's our physical
Paul.
race leader, Paul Wolf. So he's about 1.5 miles out coming in here to grab that white flag.
Definitely, we were discussing, you watched Moab, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the ending of the race, 23-second split between
Paul
him and Paul Wolf and Lauren. I'm just like going, I wonder if that was what it was going to be with Jamie, but Jamie McCoy has not came back through.
So
So.
he's having issues.
I heard over the radio he was having brake problems. So
Oh, no.
I'm not sure if he lost them and cracked a tree or something, but I don't know who we have there.
Yeah, the numbers are definitely hard to see for
these
sure.
cars are getting harder and harder to tell apart.
That might be Patrick Murray going up the hill
Okay,
there.
number 902 up the Bronco Hill. But we are watching on screen that may be Peyton Dumford, I believe, with Jarrell, her dad, riding shotgun.
It is. That it is.
They were in the pits earlier
Paul
getting
right
a tire.
behind him.
And Paul Wolf is right behind him. That is our physical race leader and on adjusted time.
It's like, here's one of them drastic split lines.
Let's
so,
see if he takes the left. He's been taking the left one every single time.
Oh, see Peyton pulled over.
Perfect.
Oh, so
yeah, he
pulled
has
over, got out of the
taken.
way.
He has taken that line every single lap.
And Paul Wolf, this guy is on a mission. He's got some really good traction going. And
Who we have in second?
Second is Mitch Wolford right now. We did have, it was between Paul and Jamie, but obviously we're not sure where Jamie's at right at this moment.
yeah, Wolford's got a great run going. And then it's Park, Stone, and Blackburn. But remember, we do have 2 different classes running at the same time. We have the stock production UTV and the Pro Modified. You're running Pro Modified, correct?
I am, yep.
So in the Pro Modified class, as it sits with adjusted time, it's Paul Wolf in that first position, Mitch Wolford second, Mike Park third, Brian Stone fourth, and Robert Parker in that 5th position. And in the UTV stock production class, in that first position is Jeremy Blackburn, Jody Ford second, Aaron Lynch third,
Dustin Robbins on the screen.
Yep.
and Brian Hamby fourth, and Brody Owen fifth.
Dustin Robbins, that guy's fast.
He is.
It was
and,
unfortunate yesterday in qualifying for him.
lack of concentration.
Yeah. So I saw a few people walking that little short inside line, and I went over and looked at it. I was like, I don't think the risk versus reward is there. He turned a little too sharp and just stuffed that front
And he
end.
wasn't the only one. I think what somebody
Dave
said they were
Herman
trying to
did it.
jump
Sorry,
it.
yeah.
Dave Herman did it.
There's Cody Quattlebaum coming into screen. With
So what
Bandit
was
Off-Road Racing.
what was your favorite part of the race course out there, Levi?
I like the section after the pipeline when you come in, like the first time you turn right and you have a long, flowy wood section with some rock jump, like little drop-offs. So
Little
you're just
floaters?
launching, like we're flying through there. So that's my favorite part when you're not behind somebody.
How fast did you get up to out there on course?
Oh, I don't even know.
No clue.
No idea.
You're just
Don't
giving
even
it all
look.
you got.
There's some sections we're moving though. I'm gonna say well as 60.
That's
wow.
awesome.
So
That's awesome for
So
sure.
there's Big Edna with the Recaro Rise.
Look at the ruts right there.
Yeah, so these UTVs, 33 or 35-inch tires, there's some spots where you're dragging belly, correct? That may be Mitch Wofford.
I think it is.
2:53.
Yep, that's him. So, yeah, we're definitely dragging belly. I don't know if you've seen it on camera, but the lap, it would have been the second lap. How many laps did I do?
How many laps did you do? You were on your third.
Okay, so on the second lap, there was a car sideways.
Oh,
did you
yeah.
see
Oh,
that?
we
yes,
did see
you were
that,
stuck
yep.
behind that.
Yeah.
And then they had to
Yep.
spin around and actually come back down because they were just completely stuck on course.
I think that might be
That's the one I can't see the number.
Brian.
Brian Hamby?
Oh, no, Brian
Stone?
I don't know, though. I don't know if he has CT Raceworks on the roof. I think he has his number on the roof.
Mitch Wofford heading down the rock section. So this may be
Here's
Paul
Paul
Wolf, so I
coming in.
believe the white flag is flying for Mr. Paul Wolf. So 6.3 miles to go, and we'll have our leader in here as long as he can keep a clean run.
And
Pam, how fast was that last lap?
That last lap right now for Mr. Paul Wolf was a 13:35. That is not his fastest lap, though. His first lap has been his fastest lap of the day at a 13:18.
And the fastest lap of the day was Jamie McCoy with a 13:10.
13:10.
Yeah, that's flying, isn't it, Levi?
Yeah, he had a 13:10.
13:46.
That's not bad.
Well, in the dust.
Yeah, so
I'll
dust
take
is
it.
an
I'll
issue,
take
isn't it?
I thought for sure with Paul being out front and him being the driver he is, I thought he was going to just
Walk
go
away
out
with
and
it.
check out. I mean, he tried, obviously, with his fast lap on the first lap.
Mm-hmm.
But with the dust, I thought for sure he was
Yeah.
going to go. And I don't know if you just talked about it, but Cody Martin on the first lap is out there sitting on the side.
So
We did not know
talked
that.
about him, and I was like, hey, I haven't seen him. He started in second position. I never saw him come through.
Yeah,
So.
on the first lap, probably 3 miles, like halfway through first lap, I seen him sitting on the side. Him and I think John Boy's in with him.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
think-
he is.
I think they're okay. Helmets were on the roof, so
Okay.
all good there. But
So
yeah,
thumbs
tough-
up, but just
tough
tough
break
break
for them.
because he's a fast dude.
He is.
So we have somebody back here in the hot pits. It's a
Is that
a
49.08?
49.6
I
or
believe
8?
that's Jeff Donda.
or is it AJ Stratman? I think it's AJ Stratman.
I think he was on the second lap when you come over to Ridge here.
Or Jeffrey Donda. Not
the
sure.
real off camera. I think he was upside down, that guy.
Oh, really? So you saw a couple cars upside down, huh?
Just one.
Just one, all right.
Just one.
So we've seen quite a few cars coming in the HCR hot pits with some flat tires. Where are they picking those up at? Are they just,
Gotta just be
catching some trees?
I think some tree stumps. There's a
Yeah.
lot of
There's-
little tree stumps
right.
out there.
That's what we were just
like
talking about. That is the
146?
146 of Kyle Smith.
So even a section like that, watch when Paul comes through there. He's going to come through and he's going to catch his left rear on that log.
And spin them around a little bit.
It's just going to hit, but it's so wet. So even if you try up, you slide in. So I like, but they're not on the left side flat. So I'm not sure. Some action going on the hill.
Still can't tell if that's 49.06 or 49.08.
I believe that's 6, so I believe that's AJ Stratman, but it's hard to tell. And we're in the HCR hot pits as we speak.
And all
under
hands
that
on deck.
Monster Energy pop-up. And again, I just love seeing all the different teams. There's one car in here, so they're all just, lending a hand. It's
Right.
just great to see.
Yeah, it's a big family here. We love it.
Absolutely.
And that's what we always talk about.
Looks like he dropped back a position from where he was. He
Brian
was
Stone.
fourth, I think. And look, Dustin
So
Robbins.
Dustin
all the
Robbins
way
picked
to
it up.
fourth.
Dustin Robbins is now in that fourth position on corrected time.
Mike Park ran a 13:33. That's pretty
So he's
fast.
picking it up.
But it's still
So Mike
Paul
Park is in
Wolf,
third position, yes. So it's Paul Wolf in that number one on corrected time, adjusted time.
and it's his
Mitch-
race to lose right now.
Exactly. Mitch Wolford second, Mike Park third.
How far is Mike Park down? 3 minutes, 28 seconds.
There's Mitch Wofford as we speak.
Now that's time adjustment, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
all on adjusted
This,
time.
this race is on adjusted time. You guys took off in 15-second increments. So Paul started, on the pole. So time is not on his side. There's still some adjusted time that could come into play.
I'm not sure exactly what time Paul came through. I should have looked at that so we could kind of guesstimate when he was going to be in, because he's been running fairly consistent times after his first fast lap. But he right now has a 3-minute lead over Paul or Mitch Wolford.
Oh.
Well, that was almost a little tumble, wasn't it?
And that's one of the split lines. That's the opposite side. So you see Paul will probably come down that one.
On the left side, yep. So we should get Paul in that spot here very soon, if I'm not mistaken. Getting a little chatter through my Rugged Race radios.
And you can see how slippery that is right there.
Yep. And that's the section where there's a bunch of trees and tree stumps that you're going to see, like, cut.
Well, yeah.
Here's Paul there. No, that's not Paul.
No, that's not him. Now, not yet. But I believe he should be next.
That's the
Patrick
902
Murray.
right there.
Yeah,
yes,
Patrick Murray. Yep. He's been racing with us for quite a while.
He had a break off. He went over and fought the war for us.
Yeah. He's one of our.
That's cool to see him up. We're really good friends.
Okay, I've ran around with him for quite a while. He's buddies with my buddy Rob Usnick, and they used to run around quite a bit.
He lives right down Pam's way.
Yeah, yep, not too far. That should be Paul Wolf, our physical and adjusted time leader.
And
nope,
he took
that's
that.
Brian Stone. That is Brian Stone.
I was going to say, and he took that right-hand lane.
Yep, that is Brian Stone.
Yeah, these brown Can-Ams are starting to blend together a little bit.
Yeah, Paul Wolf, he'll probably be in the next, I would say, 5 to 7
Wofford,
minutes, roughly.
It's 46, so
yeah,
8 minutes.
8 minutes, yeah.
To take the checker.
And we're still hoping to start the next race in just under an hour, so we're looking good.
Coy Chapel right there.
Chapel, his radiator
Did you
looks
see
a
that?
little loose.
Yeah.
I saw something in the back shaking, but his car still looks pretty clean.
He was running up there earlier, too, and he's fallen behind. So there's the 49.28
That is Kelsey Frazier. She's the one that was sideways in front of you there, Levi.
It was making me think of that movie where they were stuck in a golf cart going back and forth in a hallway.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. And then there was a car sitting at the bottom, like, just waiting. And I'm yelling out out my window. I'm like, back up, back. Like,
give him room to get out of the way.
You know, you see him turning around, just back up a little bit.
It was awesome, though, that she was able to get it turned around and not keep it plugged up.
Yep. There's Papa Poe.
Okay, number 6, Philip Papa Poe. He's another fast guy out there on course.
He's a lap
How's
down right now.
Oh, he's a lap down.
He
Tough
is.
break.
Well, I mean, Paul is rolling, so.
Yeah.
Well, now we got the either or right there coming down.
And I know that Paul's racing later on today, and how great is that to pre-run at race pace in his Can-Am?
Oh, I mean,
you can't get any better than that.
No.
And that right there is Coy
Chapel?
Yes.
Coy, and I think
that radiator is a little loose, isn't it?
Oh, see that right there? It gives you a little bit of a kick.
Big drop right there. That's why I think Paul is going left. And then if you go right, you come down through this ravine.
Really tight too.
But if you go left, you have a tight wood section.
So that the right hand either or right there, you couldn't even see through it the other day. There were so many trees that were down. So that is Papa Poe. You're good with your cars, Levi.
Nah, with these ones.
I know the next class is the one that I'm always like, Miles, I struggle with it.
Especially in Rush, Kentucky with all the mud.
Right.
Even though it's super dry and dusty, these mud holes don't go away.
So is Paul the only one going left?
No, there's
a few of them, but Paul's consistently going on that left line in this either or. There are 8.
Poe's going to go left at the bottom probably. Oh, he went right.
There are 8 either ors out on this course, and this is coming into the horseshoe holler where we're here at. So he'll be in here in about a minute. Not quite sure who that is. Definitely not Paul Wolf.
I know what it is. It's a brown car.
Yeah, there's a lot of them out there.
Yeah, exactly. Can-Am.
And this is the 4900 Can-Am UTV race.
Is this the section you were saying that you liked?
No, this is right here at the end coming across.
Oh, so it's when
ridge.
you cross in your race mile 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we come up through here and we hit the pipeline.
Yes, and you go left.
As soon as you go right into the woods, that long.
Yeah, I know exactly.
That was
where
a lot of fun.
Like you're saying, it's flowy. It just kind of goes with it. And
Yeah,
it's this whole track's fun.
I love this track, and it's a bummer that we broke.
Yeah, but you know what? You're up here. You're chit-chatting with us, giving us some insight on the car.
Robbins.
And there's Dustin Robbins on screen.
You know, he had a long night putting that car back together.
Yeah. Did you swing by and check on him?
Yeah, he actually helped us out. He let us use a couple of his parts and tools. So, yeah. Who's this, Colin? This might be.
No, Colin actually is out.
Yeah.
He has shoulder popped out.
Ooh.
He hit a rock and it ripped the steering wheel out of his arms and it popped his shoulder out. That is Jody Ford.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I think you're right, Pam. Good job.
Good call.
Team Indiana with
It's
Jody
the bright
Ford.
yellow.
Yeah.
I'm recognizing the cars, but when they're all brown, it is hard. I know it's hard for you, Miles, too.
Oh, absolutely.
That might be Papa Poe going up there.
Oh, we can look right here. So Jody Ford's out on his 4th lap. Let's see. If it has not quite updated
We're
yet.
just a few minutes from seeing Paul Wolf coming in to the checkered
on
flag.
Camera here real soon, coming down through that
power line.
So that is the 3. What was that number on there? Did you see it, Levi?
I did not.
395 possibly
Maybe.
of Cameron Zollers. I believe that's what that number is.
Hey, watch. If he keeps going, you're about to see my car right here on the left. There it is.
There it is.
Aw.
So you had to hike down here, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you're
Well,
off
at least
course
you
just
weren't.
enough.
Yeah, you weren't too far from us.
And I just saw your helmet on top of that, and we went over that, hey, if you're okay, you're out
There's
of the car,
Paul there.
put your helmet on top of the car so your fellow competitors aren't worried about you.
So Paul Wolf just went up the Recaro area at Big
Recaro
Agnes.
Rise.
He's going to be here. He's
about
got
2 minutes,
he's got the
probably, right?
pipeline
Yep.
and this top ridge here. Then he's coming in for the check. So
And this is the one where you were saying he kept taking the left, correct?
Yep, he was coming down here, so he's already past this.
So he's past. So Big Edna is the other side. Okay.
So we should be seeing Paul coming into another camera here shortly. Sounds like we're about a mile and a half out for Mr. Paul Wolf. Can he hold it together? I think it's looking good for Mr. Paul Wolf. He is on a mission this season.
You know what? And he has such a lead right now. It's like, let's just keep it steady and not push it too hard. Let's get it finished.
So
you got this one in the bag.
there is our race leader, Mr. Paul Wolf.
And he took that right side.
No, he came down the left.
Oh, he did come down the left. It looked like.
And then here, see him with that long? That's what he takes.
It's getting
nice
a little
and easy.
slick. So he'll take this left line, I believe. Yes, he does. He's staying smooth and consistent.
Consistency is key, and that's exactly what we were talking about in Moab.
Smooth is fast.
Yes, it is.
But remember to finish first. First, you must finish. It's still got a little bit of time, but I think Paul's in the zone. It's going to look good for him. And is he going to be able to win this race and the big car race?
I don't know.
Paul's got some big shoes to fill right now.
He's got a target on his back as well.
Yes, he does. But he's such a nice guy. He's so humble.
You could be the most humble person in the world, but, you know, he came out heavy hitting and already won his first Ultra 4 race in the 4400 car.
Against Lauren Healy.
Yeah.
Against Lauren Healy, exactly.
He ain't no slouch.
Yeah, no, it was a stacked field for sure.
We were talking to Lauren about it. He came up here yesterday. We were talking to him about it. So it was definitely a tight race. That was literally the most exciting finish I've ever personally watched. So
Kind of cool. Lauren,
That was
Lauren
Justin
is only
Barth on
driving
screen.
out there all the time, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Lauren, he drives out at Utah a lot?
Yeah,
he
knows
that's
that
like his
course
backyard.
well.
Right, so that's kind of cool. You have Paul go there and beat him in his backyard. And then you have, like, the woods, like Blyler, so we're about...
it's going to be very tight between Blyler.
No, it's not Dustin Robbins. That's a 900 of...
Robert Parker.
Yes.
We should see Paul coming in real soon.
And Casey Gilbert later on the day, he stepped up to the 4400 class. That'll be fun to see.
That is exciting to see these guys, bringing the cars back up into the 4400 class.
You know, I think a lot of that is the payout, too.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
That's a big deal.
It's been really cool to see the Mid-America Outdoor team team up with Ultra 4. They're going to be giving over $830,000 in series payouts.
That's insane.
It's really cool to see. I mean, in your class, that's real money they're giving away for you, too.
Yeah. Yep. I just wish we didn't have to race at 7 in the morning.
No, it wasn't. It was 7:30.
Okay.
And actually, you didn't take off the line until 7:39, so...
Looks like somebody has a tumble. Yes, they
there's
do.
Paul coming
and there's
out.
Paul Wolf.
Yep, Paul Wolf takes a little wide. So he's got this last little power line road, and then he'll come through the woods. So we're about a minute and a half to 2 minutes to seeing Paul Wolf grab that checkered flag.
See, and this section's real tough coming up the pipeline because, like, he's all right now. He has no dust. But when there's dust, you're looking right at the dust through the sun.
Through the sun.
Oh,
yep.
it's like you're blinded, like a fog blind.
I know.
And there's some rocks in there you could grab, too.
Look, there's big rocks.
Yeah. Well, see, on the left-hand side, we were talking yesterday, it's kind of like an off-camber, but the right-hand side has bigger ruts. So it's like you got to keep with your same line. That's why the pre-running, again, comes in handy.
So Paul Wolf is in that little woods section, so we'll see him here coming into the horseshoe holler. He'll be dropping down in, hit the Yukon launch, and grabbing that checkered flag here in about 20 to 25 seconds. Paul Wolf, is he going to be able to back this one up in the 4,400 class? Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 15-second increments, and it's going to be down to this. He started on the pole, never got past, and never looked back.
I think that's Mike Park coming in there with a flat.
Is that 904?
Here comes Paul off the top.
Yeah, that was Mike Park, the 904.
So checkered flag will be out for Mr. Paul Wolf. One more Yukon launch to drop, and Paul Wolf has the checkered flag flying.
Let's see if he did anything different with his time.
I think he slowed down a little bit. I'm going to say he slowed down.
Yeah, 14:31, so he slowed down almost a full minute on that last lap.
But keeping the car together, and I'm sure that's what he was doing on his rugged race radios, is just kind of checking in and making sure where I'm at on everything. And Paul Wolf is a man on a mission. There's Gus Fisher, one of our main MAO guys, keeping everything running smooth.
So we'll be doing awards as soon as we have our finishers in here. So I'll be leaving the booth here shortly.
So Paul Wolf out front, never got past, never looked back. He is just on a mission this year. He's new to Ultra 4, but he is not new to racing. It's oh, man, what a great dude. Love to see it, love to hear it. He is in the
So we should have Mitch Wooford coming in second if he's on pace. But him and Dustin Robbins, he was behind by 8 minutes, so he should have a pretty comfortable second.
So, yeah, Mitch Wofford, Dustin Robbins, Brian Stone, Jeremy Blackburn, and Aaron Lynch are still in the mix.
I believe Mitch is in a single-seater.
Yeah, single-seat RS1. He's been running strong all day long. Did he just come through?
No,
that was a different
Can-Am.
car.
Oh, right there.
And
Robert Parker.
This is a Grand Prix finish, so once Paul Wolf got the checkered, everybody else gets checkered from there on out.
Just had Robert Parker come in.
Yeah, so Brody Owen and Robert Parker both finish a lap down. So Dustin Robbins started from the back of the pack and is still running strong.
Now, I think Brody's going to be able to go out and do a fourth lap. Paul was 108, 104, maybe.
I think once the checkered flies, everybody else gets stopped at the start line. That was my understanding earlier today. Looks like it could be.
That's Peyton, I believe.
Yeah, she's a young gal. Has her dad drive, Jarrell driving for him.
That's what I love.
Riding shotgun.
That's what I love to see is like the parents in the co-driver's seat for their kids now.
Yeah.
I mean, with Aiden and Casey, I mean, it's just great. It's great knowledge for them.
Yeah, how are they doing?
They were in the pits earlier. They have not had a great day.
So Mike Park just went through, but he did get the checkered flag because.
Oh, that's rough.
Paul Wolf.
Yeah,
that is rough. Come in the pit and go down a lap like that.
Yep, that is tough break.
That's that Smith. What's his first name?
Josh? Is it Josh Smith?
No, he's a West Coast. That's a West Coast guy.
What's the number on it?
I don't know. It's his last name's Smith though.
Kyle Smith. I think that's our only Smith in here.
Maybe that should be Mitch.
There we go. That was Mitch Wofford. Physically in second position, so on adjusted time, it's going to be close. Can Dustin Robbins get him? It's going to be close.
Definitely, because Dustin Robbins, if we remember, if everybody at home remembers correctly, he started last because
he started in
tumble.
34th position, and Mitch Wofford started in 5th. So what's that, 30 spots roughly at 15 seconds?
It's too early, Miles, for math.
Got to be about 5 minutes or something.
So roughly a 5-minute split if Dustin Robbins can come in here and try to bump Mitch Wofford out of second position. But Brian Stone still could be in the mix. But with adjusted time, they did take off in 15-second increments, so it's looking Dustin Robbins still has a shot.
Here we have Peyton coming in for a finish. That's good. Is that Peyton?
No, that's the
49.05.
Oh, that was nice.
Was that AJ Stratman,
I
4906,
missed
or
that
was
one.
that
He
Will
just came-
Harris?
I think he just checked, and then who's that? Cody Qualbaum?
Cody Quattlebaum, yep. Number 33 with Bandit Off-Road Racing.
No, that wasn't him that just came through, was it? Oh, AJ Stratman, yep. It was AJ Stratman that came through.
Okay.
Getting into checkered flag.
So we are wrapping up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. So here in just a little bit, we'll be shipping Pam down there to do some awards. But we're not quite ready yet. So this is the Pro Modified class that's finishing first.
Look, we got Jeremy Blackburn in the stock production class, 5th overall. So
That's
he's
pretty
having a
impressive.
good
Yep.
race.
So again, the stock production, you have to have an OEM chassis, a 1000cc max engine, 33-inch tires, must-run front body and side plastics. Rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire, and the Pro Mod has to be based on an OEM chassis, but aftermarket chassis are allowed. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run full front plastics. Aftermarket turbos are good, and a maximum of a 35-inch a 35-inch race tire. Up next, we'll be worrying about the DOT tires in the 4500 and the 4800 class.
And who do we have for the? Who's your pick for that? For the 4800?
It's definitely a stacked field. There's a lot of fast guys and gals out here. But 4800, oh man, Justin Barth has a good shot at it.
He was on the
Evan
podium last year.
Sherman, Kent Foltz and Ryan Taylor, Ryan Webb, Sean Reisky. I mean, it's going to be a good race. And then Dwayne Garrett's from the 4500, Vaughn Gittin in that 4600. It's going to be, again, 3 races going on at the same time.
That is Aiden Gilbert right there coming on screen going down the
Looks
Yukon Launch
like
right
it.
now. They'll be getting the checkered flag as we said, everybody.
What lap is Aiden on?
He did 4. Or no, that was Kyle Smith that just checked in.
Aiden Gilbert, he just completed his 3rd lap.
Okay. Now, is this his first race?
It is.
Yeah,
Cool.
he's raced 170s with us before, but
this
is
is the first race in a big car.
race in a big car. It's pretty cool.
And that's
on
Coy
screen.
Chapel on screen.
See him clip that left rear there?
Yep.
You know, he
it's-
took
that
a
could
hard
be-
hit in
it's
qualifying.
That could be an advantage or it could be a disadvantage using that to help you turn just a little bit.
It would be an advantage if it turned left right there, but
Yeah.
you're kind of going straight, so you're sliding in.
And it's just snotty enough.
Yes.
Yep.
He slowed down quite a bit because he was running up there earlier.
Well, I think something happened to him up here.
Obviously, and
at
there's
the-
Dustin Robbins right there
Okay.
on screen.
With all things UTV.
So Brian didn't come through yet either, right? For 3rd?
No.
Okay. So yeah, I think Coy, because when I was sitting up there broke, there's Papa Poe on screen. But when I was sitting up here on screen or broke, Coy went by, and then Coy came back down the qualifying hill. So I don't know if he got a little messed up on the pipeline or something.
Okay. Got a little turned around or something,
Yeah.
or had some issues.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there.
There's another Polaris
But the race is over,
RS1.
so I think I'm going to go get my car out of the woods before these big cars destroy it.
All right, well, Levi, a pleasure. Good luck at the
you.
next one.
Yeah, thank
tough
you so
break,
much.
but thanks for coming up and chatting with
Yeah,
us.
maybe we can come up for the 4400.
There we go.
There you go. All right, we got 2 coming down right now. I believe that is Kelsey in this on the right-hand side of your screen, and then the 77 of Ellie Engel. Both of them coming in right now.
Yeah, there's Peyton as we speak, and Eli Engel. There's our race
Peyton,
director,
I'm sorry, I said Kelsey.
JT Taylor. As we have a good view of the Yukon launch right there. There's 2 spots.
We're just waiting for Dustin Robbins to come in or Brian Stone. It'll be between them 2 for that 3rd position.
It's going to be down to the wire for sure.
We have 2 cars that are getting ready to go down the Yukon launch. Okay, so Brian Stone just is coming through right now.
So it's going to be really close between Brian Stone and Dustin Robbins.
We'll see where Dustin Robbins is. So right now on corrected time, because Dustin Robbins has not came in for this final lap, we have Paul Wolf 1, Mitch Wolford 2, and Brian Stone in that third position.
So there's about 18 spots between Dustin Robbins and Brian Stone. So at 15-second increments, that's about a 3 or 4 minute split. We'll see how it shakes out.
And Aaron Lynch just went through. He did the left-hand lane. I'm not quite sure who that was in the RS, the one that went to the right side there.
And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash featuring Ultra 4 and America Pro Rock Racing, presented by Mid-America Outdoors.
Is that Dustin Robbins coming down right now?
I don't believe so.
It is not. That is Coy Chappell, who was running really well earlier. So he had some kind of issues going on. But that still puts him right now on corrected time in fourth position.
That's a solid run for Coy Chappell. We had over 40 UTVs take the green flag this morning, but the attrition has definitely set in as we saw Levi Metzinger. We've seen lots of cars all over.
We should
This could be. Nope. I was thinking that was Dustin Robbins, but I do not believe so. These cars are starting. I can tell it's a Can-Am, but with all the mud all over it, it's hard to tell.
This is the one I can't read the number.
Well, you should be able to see it on our timing.
Yeah, as soon as it pops up here, I'll be able to let you know.
There's another RS1 coming down, a little single-seater. These things are super quick and nimble in the woods. We saw Mitch Wofford one earlier.
That was the number 40. That is Jeremy Blackburn.
Here's Dustin Robbins. He may just have been bumped into third spot, I'm going to guess.
Oh,
nope.
Yeah. He did. So
yes,
right now on adjusted time, we have Paul Wolf in that number 1 position. Mitch Wolford in number 2, Dustin Robbins in that third position, Brian Stone fourth. In the UTV stock production class, we have Jeremy Blackburn in first. Aaron Lynch will be in that second position, and Brody Owen in third.
So Dustin Robbins has a terrible time in qualifying. Tore up his car on the first 100 feet. Works all night, takes a rear start, and gets on the podium. Dustin Robbins is going to be good. So, Pam, I'm going to send you down and give away some Laser Nut trophies.
I'll be back, Miles.
Thank you, Pam. We are live from the Nitto studio here in Rush Off-Road. This place is over 7,000 acres. What's the name? Matt McIntyre. 113, just finished 4918. Too snug, Miles. Oh, can I move? So I've got another Matthew McIntosh, number 4918. He's in here joining me in the booth. What happened out there?
We had a lot of trouble last year here. We blew a belt, and then we caught fire on the first lap. So came through that first lap. We were like, yeah, man, we did good. We made a lap, made a pass on that lap. Then just got too confident, started counting my money, and
started running a little too hard, huh?
Yeah, pegged a tree just here after the
There's a lot of trees out there.
Yeah, pegged a tree, broke a tire rod, killed the tire.
And your day was done right there, right?
Well, actually, I think we actually broke a knuckle. So no fixing that on the trail.
You tore that up pretty good. Huh?
Yeah.
You had a pretty good run going, though.
Yeah, how are the stock production guys running for lap times?
I think right around that 15-minute mark.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, 13:10 for the Pro Mod was the fastest.
Yeah.
And that's flying. What do you think the fastest time of the day overall will once we start getting the big cars? Do you think the UTVs are going to be faster?
It's going to be close.
Yeah,
I think they probably have the edge just because it's so tight.
It's
so
yeah,
tight
like
here.
you said, there's a lot of trees out there.
Yeah.
That can run out there and
there's
bite
one,
you.
There's one less.
Yeah, because you took the tree out completely.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it looks like I turned a 20-minute lap, and then I was going to start to turn it up, but turned it up into a tree.
Yeah, well, that's just part of it. But it's been a great day so far. You had some bad luck, but you had fun out there, and it's only going to get better as we go. I mean, tough break, but I see a smile on your face still. You had bad luck last year, you had bad luck this year, but you'll be coming back for more, won't you?
That's racing. Yeah, we'll be in Tennessee.
Okay,
and then,
at AOP.
Hopefully in Oklahoma. Yeah.
All right, for Visions. And Legends of the Fall?
So. Not fall. We're getting married late October.
Well, congrats on that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm a firm believer in family first. You got to do what you got to do. Racing's a lot of fun, and that's what you want to make it. But, yeah, good on you for doing that.
Yeah.
So, what's your plan for next season?
We're hoping around the beginning of the new year to get a new car. We're in a 16, so it's getting a bit old, getting a bit clapped out. So
and you're not doing any favors out here.
No, we definitely are not. So we're hoping to get to a new car next year, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. Well, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Right now you're in the stock production class, correct?
Right.
Are you going to move up to Pro Mod or try to stay in that stock
I'm trying
class?
to stay stock.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just beginning. Just getting used to it.
You're just getting used to it, but you're having fun doing it. So we thoroughly appreciate you coming out here and racing with us with MAO and Ultra 4 Racing.
Yeah.
So it sounds like Pam should be getting a little closer. But we'll be giving away some of those laser nut trophies here soon. Too bad you didn't get one, but like you said, that's part of racing.
Yeah, that is.
So how long have you been coming out to Rush Off-Road?
I've only did last year's race and then this year's race.
So that's
super
it.
muddy.
Last year was a mud hole, wasn't it?
Yeah, nightmare. Not quite as muddy this year.
Yeah, so there's definitely some mud holes out there, but the dust was definitely part of the issue, right?
Yeah. I had a little bit of dust on that one pass I made.
How many laps did you make?
I just completed the one and then wrecked it on the beginning of the second.
So it sounds like we're getting really close to let Pam to give away some of those laser nut trophies. We'll be sending it down her way very soon. Waiting on a little thing, but it sounds like Pam, she's ready, so take it away. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Miles. I am down here with our Pro Modified class with our third place, Mr. Dustin Robbins. You started in like the 32nd position, I believe, and 34th, and here you are in third place. How was your race?
It was a real fast track. My team, I crashed yesterday. It kind of knocked me out of the qualifying. My team got right to it, got it fixed in 2.5 hours, and had a little bit of weaker parts on there, so I kind of backed down a little bit. Didn't quite send it like I usually do. That may have paid off, but happy to third, from 34th to third.
Definitely. You came from the back up here on the podium. It was awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here?
All things UTV, and that's it.
Well, congratulations. You guys get to celebrate. Are you staying for the Rock Bouncers?
I will be staying for the Rock Bouncers.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your third position. Now we're headed over to second with Mr. Mitch Wolford. How are you today?
Pretty good. Sore.
Yeah, it was a rough course out there. I know I actually went out on course myself, but did you have any issues out on course? I don't believe you did, but did you have any problems at all?
Not that I can think of. Yesterday in qualifying, pre-run to qualifying, I had brake issues, so we had to go in and fix that. But other than that, qualified fifth, and then somehow got my way to second.
Well, congratulations on this podium finish up here. It was a great day, obviously, for you. We'll stick around and celebrate with everybody, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Who do you have to thank for getting you up here?
CNW, Mom, Dad, All Things UTV, Trinity Racing, Ground Thumping Motors, America's Motorsports in Nashville, Tennessee. And I think that's it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your second place. And on to our first place winner, Mr. Paul Wolf. He was our pole sitter. We were racing later in the 4400 class. You got out there and just took it, and you ran with it.
Yeah, our plan was to run the first lap kind of hard and then sit back and see where everybody shaked out. Once we were able to do that, we just kind of cruised, put it on cruise control. We got our lap traffic, had to move a couple guys, but hopefully they ain't too mad about it. And then I got to thank Travis here, my co-driver. He rides with me for some reason. I don't really know why. And then I got to thank my wife, Christy and Laney. And then I got to thank everybody that supports me. Can-Am, Halo Lockers, MRT Tires, HCR Suspension, and all the other guys and crews that come out and support us. G-Force and NOS do an awesome job. And then we got Rick Berry at RCV. These axles are tough. We put them to the test today.
Well, you're going to go prepare for the 4400 race, but we were watching you on screen today, and every time you were very consistent on your lines. Same lines for later, or are you going to keep that to yourself?
No, the big car, definitely different lines. I'm going to go work on reprogramming my brain to make sure I don't make the wrong turns, and then get to work on it, and hopefully we can do the same thing in that class. Huge shout-out to Robinettes for putting this show on. It's an awesome show, and JT Taylor, thank you.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations for our UTV Pro Modified class. Paul Wolf, Mitch Wolford, and Dustin Robbins.
Well, thank you, Pam, and congratulations to everybody who just had a great race for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And Paul Wolf once again wins another race. We'll see if we can back that up later on today, but it's going to be very exciting to see. So we just wrapped up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We're getting ready to kick off the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and then the Stock Sportsman as well. So we've got lots of cars that'll be out on course. It's going to be a great day of racing. We've had fun so far. The course is getting a little tougher. It's getting slimier in some spots. The dust is playing its toll in other spots, but it's just going to be a great day of racing. So thank you for tuning in to the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash presented by Mid-America Outdoors. We are Ultra 4 Racing now, and we will be American Pro Rock bouncing here this evening. So it's going to be a fun, full family event, so be sure to tune in all day long. Get on the Mid-America Outdoors app. Go to the Mid-America and Ultra 4 YouTubes and Facebooks to tune in, check it out, see what's going on, and it's going to be a great day of racing. I'm Miles Hasquist. We just saw Pam Hall give away some of those beautiful laser nut trophies. So we'll be keeping the action rolling all day long. So thank you for staying tuned in. It's just it's going to be a great day. So while we take have a little break in the action, we're going to get everything geared up, and we'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
I am monster meat.
Welcome back to the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash featuring Ultra 4 and America Pro Rock Racing presented by Mid-America Outdoors. I am Miles Hasquist, but we're about to send it back to Pam Hall to give away some of those Laser Nut trophies. So, Pam, it's back to your show. Looks like we may have a little bit of issues with our mic. We do apologize for that. We'll work through it. So we just gave away the trophies for the 4900 Pro Mod. We're getting ready to give away trophies for the 4900 Stock class. Sounds like we're having a little bit of technical.
I am down here with the
Pam.
stock production class, and we have our third place finisher, Brody Owen. How was your race out there today?
It was long. It was wet. It was fun though. It was fast course. We was running with a lot of fast guys. I knew Aaron started second place in our class. So I was trying my best to catch him, but that wasn't going to happen. I started ninth. He ran a good race. It was fun.
So who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the podium today?
A lot of people. God, Grant, my co-driver, he's my sponsor too, Outlaw UTV, my mechanic, Daddy, Mama, Morgan, my wife, ATFM, 5-Star Tuning, Glenn's Muffler Shop. I think that's about it.
All right, well, I'm going to hand you your third place Laser Nut trophy. Congratulations for getting you up here on the podium today. Let's do some celebrations. All right, on to our second place, Mr. Aaron Lynch. You guys had a great race out there today. Have some fun, and any issues?
No, it was a pretty clean race. It was just fast. We got hung up a few times, and me and Jeremy here, we kind of battled it out. We had to play some bumper to bumper, and other than that, it was pretty good.
Awesome. Well, it was a great race out there. We were having fun watching you guys. There was a lot of close, tight racing out there. Co-driver, how'd you do?
It was a lot of fun. Ready to go again.
Yeah, I was talking to you the other day. You were ready. So congratulations on your second place. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here?
My wife, my guy in the pits, Gary Hinkle, for helping me out, and that's about it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you guys celebrating later on. And we're going on to our first place finisher, Mr. Jeremy Blackburn, out there in his single-seat Polaris RS1. Congratulations. How was your day?
I started out rough. The second turn in, I lost power steering. I had to pull over. I prayed to the good Lord above, please let it come back. I shut the machine off, started up, boom, power steering, took off. Then a couple laps in, I must have hit my four-wheel drive button. I was in two-wheel drive on one of the bad hills, and if not for Aaron, I wouldn't have finished the race because he bumped me, knocked me up the hill, and yeah, I was able to figure out I was in two-wheel drive and continue the race. But yeah, I had a lot of luck on my side.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And who do you have to thank for getting you up here besides Aaron?
First and foremost, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I come down here by myself, didn't bring no spare tires, no nothing, this machine, and we finished the Ultra 4 race, which is just the good Lord help me. I'd like to thank my wife for allowing me to pursue this dream, and I'd like to thank Alba Racing and Bandit Off-Road Racing. They're the only two sponsors I have, and I would like to thank a couple of friends for making the awesome decals I have. Thank you.
Well, awesome. To come down here as a single person coming down here to do your race, no co-drivers, obviously, in single seat RS1, no pit crew, but obviously it's one huge family out here, and they're all going to help out. So congratulations on your first place finish, and we'll see you later on.
All right, I plan on doing the whole series, so yep, you'll see me again.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you later. Congratulations again on our stock production, Jeremy Blackburn, Aaron Lynch, and Brody Owen.
What a great day of racing. We just wrapped up the 4900 Can-Am UTV race in 19th Amy Alvins. And then in 10th space, we had Aiden Gilbert, Peyton Dunford, Cameron Zollers, A.J. Stratman, Cody Quattlebaum, top 5, Jody Ford, Matthew Walraven. And then on the podium, it goes Brody Owen, Aaron Lynch, top of the box, Jeremy Blackburn. That is the UTV stock production class. So up next, we'll be racing the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, and then the Stock Sportsman. So while we get everything re-racked, reset, we'll be right back after this.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself, or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving.
So bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm bad.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Race technology, proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Monster mate.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello,
and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
Welcome back. We are live from the Nitto studio for the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash featuring Ultra 4 American Pro Rock Racing presented by Mid-America Outdoors. I am Miles Hasquist, and alongside me is Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the Everyman Challenge classes. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun. The hot pits, they've been switching out since the UTV race just now. Everyone's getting ready. They're getting lined up. It's going to be a fun one. This one, there's not as many cars out on course, so there'll be a lot of spacing. Possibly we'll have some of those races.
I think we'll have about half the cars we had. You're right.
Exactly.
So I think we'll have just over 20 cars take the green flag, and now we're going to switch it from the HCR hot pits to the AMSOIL hot pits for the rest of the day. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see what's going on. You see a couple cars right behind me. These two are actually in the stock sportsman's class, which is kind of new.
Which is super cool.
But I'm excited to watch them, and I'll kind of give you a rundown of our classes. So the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Mechanical steering, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, front-mounted engine. In the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, you have to have a front-mounted engine, but we may throw a little rear engine in there. We're still trying to line all that out. But vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, 37-inch DOT tire, only solid axles. There's a lot of new cars being built for this class, but this is a great place for the 4400 cars to go and retire. Just go down to 1 shock and a 37-inch DOT tire, so it's really cool. And then we have the 4600 Spire Track stock class. You have to have a stock OEM frame, must stay within 3 inches of factory wheelbase, factory engine, or it can be replaced from anything in the same year, make, and model. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tire, factory-style suspension like leaf springs, TTB, and etc. And then mechanical steering. The stock class is a very close-knit group. It's really cool to see. And speaking about that, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Team Funhaver, and that brand new Ford Bronco starting on the pole for them. And then we have the stock sportsman. And I'm new to this, but I believe you can have any axles. Has to be a stock engine, up to a 40-inch tire, must pass all of the safety and tech. And then it's 100% payout for that class.
That's super exciting. Everybody loves the payouts, that's for sure.
Yeah, so a huge shout-out to Jason and Gayla Robinette with Mid-America Outdoors for doing that. The entry fees are lower, the payouts are higher. The racers are really excited about that. So it's been a great transition, and it's only getting better.
Super exciting. Here's another one of your stock classes right here. That one looks like it's an old Toyota, possibly?
Yes, it is. That is Mark Zaboth out of Covington, Georgia.
They were giving us a wave as they were going by just now.
It's running an old school 22R. We're running on propane, so kind of
old
I
did not realize
stuff.
That.
It's pretty cool. So we'll be sending them out here any moment, I believe. We're really trying to stick to time. But we'll see what happens. But so far, so good. We are here at Rush Off-Road. This park is absolutely amazing. So a huge shout-out to E.B. Loban and his entire crew. They've done an amazing job keeping this course, this park open. It's a 7,000-acre park, over 100 miles. It's absolutely phenomenal.
And I have seen E.B. He's been out here
he's
watching.
Been running around like crazy.
Yes, and he has a crew of people out here himself as well.
Yep, so today's the laps are 6.3 miles laps. The stock class will run 3 laps. The 45 and 48 will be running 4 laps. So it's really cool to see how that's going to shake out. But I'm excited to see it go down.
Me too. And all the races today will be a Grand Prix style finish like we just saw with the UTV
Once the checkered flag comes out, nobody else heads out for another lap. So if you finish a lap down, that's just part of it. But we just saw Paul Wolf throw down a great run. And I saw Jamie McCoy. You were coming back from awards, and McCoy came through and I said, hey, what happened? He's like, I was catching him. But we were just at a perfect pace. And, you know, he's so humble and great guy. But he said his fans quit working, so he overheated.
Oh, gotcha.
Jamie McCoy with the fastest lap of the day thus far with a 13:10. That is moving.
A very fast lap for sure.
These cars will be a little bit slower for sure. So I'm gonna say they're gonna average right around that probably a 14-minute mark or so. And then will the 4400s be able to drop below 13? I think they can, but it's going to be tough.
I think they can, but because they're such a bigger car, that's where I think the UTVs are still going to hold the fastest time.
Yeah, it's this track is very tight, lots of trees, so it's going to be interesting how it all shakes out. But we are just moments away from kicking out the 4500, the 46, the 48s, and the stock Sportman. So we'll have 4 races going on at the same time. So we'll do our best to kind of keep you honest. Thank goodness, Pam, you have the live.ultra4racing.com website pulled up in front of you. So if you're at home, be sure to do that as well, because you can have the live stream up on the big screen and then have your laptop or iPad or whatever with the live timing and really figure out your favorite driver and where they're at.
Exactly. It's awesome to see. You can see as soon as they come through the start-finish line, it'll tell you what their lap time is, what lap they're on. It'll tell you the time splits as well.
Yeah,
so
the time splits is cool.
That is really cool.
Because this race is on adjusted time as well. Last time it was 15-second increments, but from now on out, it is a 30-second increment start.
Exactly. And so it's really cool to be able to see that, as like we were just saying, having the time splits and everything. I like to know, you like to know, everybody at home likes to know. So you just make sure you go onto the live.ultra4racing.com and watch that live timing, because that's exactly what we're watching here, and it is exactly what you'll be seeing at home as well.
So I'll give you a quick rundown of some of our series points and championship. So first place gets 1,000 points, second place gets 975, third gets 965, and then fourth on out, you get 5 less points. You do have to finish 2/3 of the race. Yesterday, Paul Wolf got 7 points for being the fastest qualifier per class. The West and the East Championship, most points from Visions, Nationals, and any 2 of your regional races get you for the East or the Western Championship. And then the national points it's King of the Hammers is double points, Visions is double points, Legends of the Falls Nationals is double points, and then pick any 2 regional races, and that is how we're going to crown our national points.
And Paul had this one as his double points.
But that's for the big car.
Yes.
So
yes.
We'll see. He's got a great run going thus far. We'll see if he can keep it going. And then some of our general rules. Driver of record must start or finish each race. Drivers are allowed 1 substitute driver per season unless there's a medical issue. Drivers must race the same car they qualify in. Unless they do switch a car or borrow a car, then you can take a rear start. This is a no-chase race, so only fellow competitors can help you out on course or here in the hot pits, unless it's an MAO or Ultra 4 safety reason. We'll take care of them. So when you're racing short course, you do have to have a spotter, but obviously this is not a short course race. You do have to stay within 25 feet either side of center of course, and we are keeping close track of that. There is some Ford contingency money on the line today. If you're running a Ford body or a Ford clip, you get 1,000 points, or sorry, $1,000. And if you're running a Ford body and a Ford performance, that's 2,000 points. So go on to Ford contingency and sign up for that and see if you can take home some money.
That's really exciting to have that, and seeing all the Ford power out here, the Broncos and everything. It's super cool to see a OEM brand come on and do a contingency like that.
Yeah, it's awesome. So we're just moments away from kicking off, I believe, and it looks like we're going to have Kent Foltz getting ready to head out for his lap, and it's his birthday today, so let's give Ken Foltz a happy birthday as he's sitting on the pole getting ready to take off.
So, Miles, if he gets up there on that podium, I'm going to have you sing it to him.
You don't want me singing to him, I'll promise you that.
Oh, I definitely won't.
So he's in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends classes. We're watching him as we speak. Number 46, Ken Foltz, Mr. Birthday Boy himself, out of Union, Missouri, with Hot Rock Express. He's in a Wolf Creek Customs chassis, LS, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, Pitbulls, Raceline PRP, and Warren Winch. So the rest of the Ultra 4 MAO schedule is we are here in Rush, Kentucky. Up next, we'll be heading our Western second race in Folsom at Prairie City SVRA, May 13th and 14th. Then we'll be doing our second Eastern race, June 17th through the 19th at South Pittsburgh, Tennessee at AOP. And then we're heading to Visions. That's going to be one you do not want to miss. That is an East and a West race, July 13th through the 17th at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. And then our third Western race of the season is August 5th through the 7th in Sturgis, South Dakota during Bike Week at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports. And then our third Eastern race is September 2nd through the 4th at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin. And then we're going to finish out the year back in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors for Legends of the Fall, October 26th through the 30th. And then we have the MAO Side-by-Side Championship Series as well at Mid-America Outdoors. We have one coming up
next
weekend, April 30th. And then we have May 28th, 29th. Then it's June 18th, then July 16th, September 3rd and 4th, October 1st, and then Legends of the Fall as well. So it's going to be a great season of racing. We'll be live on here every single race, so be sure to tune in, ultra4racing.com/live. Get the MAO app. Go on the Facebooks for MAO and Ultra4 and, start a watch party. It's going to be awesome.
Your watch parties. I know. I love your sayings, the Facebooks.
And the YouTubes.
And the YouTubes.
Well, there's more than one of them.
We all have, I don't know. I know there's more than one YouTubes when people have multiple accounts, yeah. No, it's just awesome, our little things and everything. But no, it's going to be exciting. Make sure you're watching at home. I know Miles already went through the live.ultra4racing.com live timing. So you can see everything as we see it here. And we're going to be taking off the line here in just a moment. Sounds like we have about 5 minutes roughly before we're going to actually take the green flag.
Yeah, lots of chatter through the Rugged Race radios, just making sure everybody's safe and sound. So I have a little bit of time. I'm going to give some of our amazing partners some love. We have the Off-Road Syndicate, Mid-America Outdoors, Progressive, Four Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, King of the Hammers, Ultimax Belts, King Shocks, Nitto, VP Racing Fuels, Griffin Radiators, LaserNut, Holly EFI, Raceline Wheels, Baja Jerky, Recaro Seats, Spider Tracks, Rugged, 360 Wraps, Axial RC Cars, Method Race Wheels, Amsoil, Warren and Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Tread Lightly, HCR, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, MBRP, Rigid, Off the Grid Clothing, and ARP. So please support who supports the sport. If it wasn't for these amazing partners, we would not be racing here in Rush, Kentucky today for Ultra 4. So if you're building a mall crawler, a tow rig, a race car, go to these companies. That's why we're here. Support who that supports us.
Because they don't only make race products. They make parts for you to, like you just said, mall crawlers. You can go out and build your car up for trail riding alone or your daily driver. You can get some of the products that they sell and put it right onto your car you go and you buy and go on out and do your own rock climbing. You just definitely don't have to always just be in a race car to buy parts from the people that support us.
Yep, absolutely. You nailed that one, Pam. So let's give a quick rundown on our starting list, Pam. Up first is number 46, Kent Foltz.
Second position, number 53 of Ryan Taylor.
Then in third spot will be Ryan Webb.
And then in fourth position, 866 of Sean Reisky.
In fifth position, number 3, Trevor Foltz.
And then sixth, 896, Brian Trimp.
In seventh position, 42, George Schooley.
In the eighth position, the 417 of Justin Barth.
And then in ninth position, number 26, Dwayne Garrettson.
And then in the 10th position, the 4859 of Evan Sherman.
In 11th spot, number 456, Cody St. Clair.
In 12th is 4517 of Jesse Oliver.
In 13th position, 890, Jonathan Terhune.
In the 14th position, the 1905 of Sean Halch.
In 15th position, number 4514, Troy Digby.
In the 16th position, the 2567 of Von Gittin Jr.
And then in 17th spot, the 4688, John Schaefer.
And in 18th position, the 253 of Chris Miller.
And 19th spot, number 4649, John Lahner.
In 20th position, the number 13, the Jason Dean. And
last but certainly not least, in 21 spot, number 169, Matt Gresser. So it's going to be a great day of racing, so let's keep it going. Kent Foltz, Mr. Birthday Boy, should be taking off here very soon. Sounds like getting lots of chatter through the through the Rugged Race radios. There's lots of stuff going on behind the scenes, making sure we have a safe race course, but we should be live going very, very soon.
I know these racers are ready. A lot of these racers also, they did their qualifying yesterday, and they went back through their car just to make sure everything was okay for the race today.
Rugged Race Radios in my ear right now. We are about to go hot, Pam.
And there we go.
There it's off.
Off the line. You can hear the horsepower.
So number 46, Kent Foltz out of Union, Missouri, Hot Rock Express with a Wolf Creek Customs chassis, LS, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, Pitbull Tires, Raceline, PRP, and Warren. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2017. He's made his way up the Bronco Hill. Now he's heading across the Rigid Ridge.
That Rigid Ridge it's kind of a fast lane, but there were some people that had some cars up there. They said, I just hit a tree.
Yeah, these trees are tight here, and they jump out right in front of these guys and gals.
Jumping trees. That's a great shot right there of the start line. They have to actually go over a creek crossing. You can't really see there. It is in the shadow of a tree right there at the bottom of your screen, but that's where the ditch is that Dustin Robbins knows
that's at the start of the Bronco Hill.
Exactly, and so they go up that ridge, the Bronco Hill, and then they go up onto the Rigid Ridge. And off the line right now, that is the number 53.
Of Ryan Taylor out of North Liberty, Indiana, with Team Indiana, with Chris May riding shotgun. He's in a 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, driving a Trent Fab chassis, LS 6-liter, 4L80E. Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, Fox, Yokohama, Raceline, and PRP. His first Ultra 4 race was Moab last year, and Team Indiana and their whole team is absolutely awesome.
So, Miles, we've actually had 3 go off the line. We've had Kent Foltz, the number 46. He went first off the line. Ryan Taylor, the 53, went second off the line. Ryan Webb, the 717, off the line. And then just now off the line was the 866 of Sean Reisky.
So, Ryan Webb, 717 out of Bossier City, Louisiana, with Kryptonite Customs. And then it was
Sean Reisky.
Sean Reisky, number 866. Out of Mishawaka, Indiana, with Auto Pros Off-Road. He's in a new home-built chassis. He debuted at King of Hammers this year with an LS3, Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Gearworks, PRP, JKS, Brannick, Fox, KMC, and Mickey Thompson tires. See, lots of cars heading out on course. We should have just over 20 cars go out.
And Trevor Foltz, I'm sorry, did you say Trevor Foltz, the number 3? He is off the line.
So Trevor Foltz, number 3, out of Union, Missouri, with Hot Rock Express. He's in a Wolf Creek Customs chassis, Hellcat 6.2, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, Pitbull Tires, Raceline, PRP, and Warren.
And off the line just now was the 896 of Brian Trimp.
Out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, with Shallow Pockets Racing. He's in a Jeep Armory chassis. GBM LS 408, Turbo 400, Atlas, 14 bolts front and rear, Falcon, Warren, Optima, King, Vision, PRP, and Yukon. Remember, they are taking off in 30-second increments.
And the number 42 of George Schooley should just be off the line just now.
With his daughter Cameron riding shotgun out of Westminster, Maryland, with Legacy Off-Road. He's in a Miller Pro chassis, LS 437, Turbo 400, Atlas, Nitto, Spider Tracks, Method, and Fox.
And next off the line will be the 417 of Justin Barth.
Playing double duty, just out of his UTV, Justin Barth out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis, LS3 427, Turbo 400, Atlas, King, Walker, PRP, PCI, PSC, and Arturo tires.
All right, and next off the line will be the number 26 of Dwayne Garrettson.
Mr. Ricky Bobby himself out of Alma, Arkansas, with Come Get You Some Off-Road. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco, built LS 6-liter, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, Yukon, PRP, Radflow, and Warren.
And then next up off the line after Dwayne Garrettson will be...
So there goes Dwayne Garrettson as we speak.
Yes, and then next up on the line, going up to the line right now, is the 4859 of Evan Sherman.
Evan Sherman out of Inman, South Carolina, with Sherman Racing. He's in a Jimmy's chassis, LS 6-liter, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, PRP, Raceline, Fox, Toyo, Barnes 4-wheel drive, East Coast Gear, and Carlton Customs.
And after Evan Sherman just took off the line. Now coming up is the 4561 of Cody St. Clair.
With his dad, Anthony St. Clair, riding shotgun, number 4561 out of Ponder, Texas. With SCR Motorsports, he's in a Tribe 16 chassis, Thompson LS 408 stroker, Turbo 400, Atlas transfer case, custom splice, Raceline wheels, Cooper tires, Fox, Factor 55.
And then next off the line will be the 4517 of Jesse Oliver.
Out of White Lake, Michigan, with Oliver Racing. He's in a Ford-based chassis built by Oliver Racing, Mass Motorsports LS 427, Edmunds Turbo 400, Atlas, Yukon, Brannick, Warn, Raceline, Falcon, Alltech tuned Radflow shocks, and rugged race radios. So we are just kicking off the EMC classes, the 45, 46, 48s, and we still have the stock sportsmen's yet to come.
All right, and pulling up to the line now is the 890 of Jonathan Terhune.
He's probably in the oldest chassis racing today out of Muncie, Indiana. With Team Indiana, he's in an old-school Jesse Hames fabrication car. LQ9, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, Fox, and Maxxis. We saw him late to qualifying yesterday because he was out pre-running and his starter went out on him, so he was scrambling, but he was able to get out there and going, and great to see him taking the green flag today. So there goes Jonathan Terhune up the Bronco Hill and then across the Rigid Ridge.
And then next up off the line will be the 1905 of Sean Halch. Am I saying that correctly, Miles?
Yep.
Okay,
no, it's Sean Hollick.
Hollick.
With Mark Shea riding shotgun out of Hampton, Maryland, with Sean Hollick Racing. Liberty Mountain Fab Chassis, LSX 454, Turbo 400, Atlas, Nitto, King, RCV, the Tree Care Car Company, Jecco Mini Cranes. So Sean Hollick.
Sean Hollick off the line?
That is not. Sorry, I don't see Sean Hollick. He may be... I saw him having car issues. That was Troy Digby, if I'm not mistaken, the number 4514 out of Centennial, Colorado, with Outlaw Off-Road. He's in a Jeep-based buggy, LS 5.3, Turbo 400, Atlas, Maxxis, Raceline, and Fox, and Barnes four-wheel drive.
And then off the line right now is the 2567 of Von Gittin Jr.
So he is part of Team Funhaver with his best friend Eric Davis riding shotgun out of Concord, North Carolina, in that brand new Bronco running portals up front. Fox Shocks, Nitto, Monster Energy, Optima, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, Warn and Factor 55, Rugged Race Radios, Shell Rotella, Project X, Holly, Recaro, Gear Wrench, Centerline Wheels.
All right, and off the line just now is the 4688 of John Schaefer.
Out of Birmingham, Alabama, with RPM Extreme. He's in a Savvy-built 2015 Jeep JK. He's got stock drivetrain, Curry axles, ADS, Falcon, Raceline, Sparco seats, and RPM Extreme. So we have 3 in this 4600 Spider Track stock class. We have 4 in the 45 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and 11 in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
That should be the 253 of Chris Miller. Just took the green flag. This is the start of your stock class.
Our
stock sportsman.
Yep, stock sportsman. Chris Miller, 253. He's running a 1981 Chevrolet pickup, Maxxis tires, and King shocks. And then next off the line should be the 46. The 4649.
Yes, it was of John Lanier.
Lawner out of
Lawner.
St. Clairsville, Ohio, with Beavis Built Racing. He's in a Jeep Cherokee. 4-liter, Spider Tracks 9s, 14-bolt, BFG, Allied wheels, and Rad Flow shocks.
Next off the line should be the number 13 of Jason Dean.
Out of Easley, South Carolina, with Dean Motorsports. He's in the stock sportsman's class. 94 Jeep YJ, Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, King shocks, Yukon, Brannick Motorsports, and Warn and Rugged.
Looks like the next one off the line will be the number 94 of Mark Zaboth.
And he is a new entrant. He registered late last night. Mark Zabeth, number 94, out of Covington, Georgia. He's in the stock sportsman's class. He's in a Toyota, running a 22R on propane, running Maxxis tires, trail gear, and Fox shocks. So we have about 20 cars that just took off the line, and we are hot and heavy. So the stock classes will be running 3 laps. The 45 and the 48s will be running 4 laps. So 18.9 for stock and 25.2 for the 45 and 48 mileage. This is a 6.3-mile loop. So that looks like it's Mark Zabeth heading across the Rigid Ridge in that old-school Toyota.
So what do you think that their timeline's going to be on this race today? I know
So
that you've been a little off this weekend on your times.
13:10 was the fastest lap, so I think we'll be averaging, I'm going to say 18 to 20 or so. The stock classes will be a little bit slow. And I think we may have a little trick up our sleeve. We may have an in-car camera on the back of Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s Bronco. We're hoping to bring it up. And there it is. How cool is that? On-car riding on the backside of Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s Bronco with a little on-car action.
That's pretty cool to see some onboard live action out there.
And if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash featuring Ultra 4 and American Pro Rock Racing presented by Mid-America Outdoors. And a huge shout-out to Jason and Gayla Robinette and the entire Mid-America Outdoors crew for teaming up with Ultra 4 and making this thing happen.
Last night was awesome. They had their fire pits going out there. We had there was a big old gigantic pizza party. It was awesome to have all the racers over there, the great desserts. Super awesome. Don cooks up a mad pizza.
Yep. So that is one of the Foltz brothers, I believe.
Number 46.
Yes, number 46. That is going to be Kent Foltz. And it's his birthday today. I believe he is our leader, physical out on course, but not too far behind him is Sean Reisky.
That's Sean Reisky, yes. And Sean, he started in the 4th position.
So he's made up some pretty good time already.
So where's Ryan Taylor and Ryan Webb already, I wonder?
They did take off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. There's a great overview of the Horseshoe Holler.
And those ruts right there are just going to get bigger and bigger all day long.
And that's Dwayne Garrettson, number 26, with Come Get You Some Off-Road. We've got multiple cameras all out on course. And we will be bringing in the map later on today and kind of give you a run-through on what is going on. Is that Ryan Taylor on screen possible? I believe so.
Oh, you got somebody coming down the other.
There's an either or. Yeah, there's 8 either-ors out there on this race course. These brown cars are starting to blend in. That may have been Trimp, possibly.
Oh, and look at that. Sean just took the left-hand turn on that other either-or.
So this is a long either-or as we're back on the encore with Vaughn Gittin Jr. This is super cool. We've been trying this technology and out here in Rush, Kentucky, which I can't even send out a text, and these guys are bringing you a live show. Guys and gals are doing an amazing job. There's a great shot of our Powerline Road.
And on screen, I can't quite make out that number, but you might know the car.
Dwayne Garrettson, I believe, in a Jimmy's car.
So I wonder if he will take that left-hand either-or. See, that's a tight section right there. You have that big tree that's down, but you have to maneuver through the other. So that's a 717.
No, I'm incorrect. That's Ryan Webb and Chris Branton. I apologize. They're both in Jimmy's cars, but got them a little mixed up. I do apologize.
And he did take the left-hand line there. So consistency definitely is key. Paul Wolf obviously showed that earlier. And on screen right here, you can see that is the Pipeline Road right there. You can go left or right on there.
And that's a Foltz car, if I'm not mistaken. And there's number 3. That is Trevor Foltz. So both Foltz back-to-back on screen on different parts of the track. And that Powerline Road is a really fast little section.
It is a fast section, but there are big ruts and there are rocks. So we were talking earlier, or yesterday, I believe it was with Paul Wolf, and he was saying it just felt like he was floating over it. I mean, he's got, 42-inch tires on his car, so of course it feels like he's floating. So there's an 896 right there.
That's Brian Trimp. But we should have Kent Foltz coming into the start-finish line here very soon. I saw him coming off that power line road, so he'll be hitting that Yukon launch here shortly as we see Dwayne Garrettson come into screen.
And that's right past Recaro, and that's a Big Edna right there.
Yep, the Recaro Rise.
Recaro Rise.
So there's a Foltz car on screen. Dropping down, getting ready to take a hard right and then another hard left and hitting that Yukon launch.
Thank you, everybody, for watching from home and commenting on Facebook. I'm very limited by what I'm looking at. I'm just seeing what people are saying, but it's a very limited service here, so I'm trying not to stay on it.
So Foltz is heading up the Bronco Hill as we speak. Let's pull up the timing and see what kind of lap times. I'm going to guess that's a 17 or 18-minute lap.
That was a 15:09.
15:09.
15:09.
So that's better than I anticipated. So Kent Foltz, the birthday boy himself, running a great lap with that 15:09. Remember, if you want to see the same thing we're watching here in the Nitto studio, is just go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we've got here in the Nitto studio.
It's really cool that you guys can go on at home and see exactly what we are seeing here.
Remember, we did take off in 30-second increments. This is a 6.3-mile loop. The stock class will be running 3 laps, and the 45s and 48s will be running 4 laps.
All right, and that was Mr. Sean Reisky just came through with a 14:45, so that puts him on adjusted time in that number 1 position.
He's got a great run going, so he got around Ryan Webb and Ryan Taylor, so Sean Reisky with a great run. That is Jonathan Terhune coming into screen. We just saw Schooley on the last screen. No, that is Anthony St. Clair. I apologize. There is Schooley. So there's cars all over this racetrack. There's Evan Sherman. I hear lots of action across the Rigid Ridge just outside of the start-finish line.
Evan just took the right-hand lane right there, and he's back behind George. And that's Ryan Taylor right now coming in
Ryan Taylor, he started in second position. It was already in the Amsoil hot pits. I'm going to run down there and see what's going on.
Looks like they're doing a tire change. Yeah, he has a front right flat.
So, yeah, I'm not going to run all the way down there just for a flat tire, as long as I can get it switched out quick-like. So there's our aerial view of the Amsoil hot pits with Ryan Taylor and Team Indiana getting him fixed up. So that's what happened. He clipped a tree or a rock or something and punctured his right front tire. So tough break for Ryan Taylor, but I'm sure he'll get back out there and try to pick up some pace.
And Ryan Webb just came through. He's out on his second lap. Well, he came through with a 16:29. So right now we have Sean Reisky in that number 1 position, Kent Foltz in number 2, and Ryan Webb in that 3rd position. That is on adjusted time, not physically on course, and it's all unofficial.
And that is all in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We have 4 different races going on at the same time.
It's amazing to have 4 different races going on all at once and keep
just,
up with it.
We just had a couple on the last one, and that was tricky enough.
And this is where timing comes really handy for us up here, because the cars are muddy. We can't see the numbers. Some of them look so much alike, so similar, that it's hard to tell which one it is. So it's really awesome and really key to have this live timing for us. And that was Brian Trimp just came through. That actually knocked Ryan Webb down into the 4th position. So he's now in that 3rd position on adjusted time. And Brian Trimp, he started in that 6th position.
So Ryan Taylor had a little bit of trouble on that tire change, but got in and out in a couple minutes. So good to see Ryan Taylor heading back out for his 2nd lap out of 4.
And on screen, that is not
Jesse Oliver, I believe.
45.71.
So Jesse Oliver having a strong run.
That is not 45.71. It's 45.17.
And I'll kind of give you a quick rundown on how everybody did in last year's race. So last year in the 4600 Spider Track stock class in 2021, it was John Schaefer, then Ken Carter, then Mick Henson. In the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, it was Dwayne Garrettson, Jesse Oliver, and John Grounds. In the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class was Casey Gilbert, George Schooley, and Justin Barth.
All right, so we have 5 through that are out on their second lap right now.
And on screen is Vaughn Gittin Jr. with Team Funhaver. His team member Lauren Healy is here on site but not racing today. There's lots of schedule is busy for everybody, but Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that stock Bronco still running strong.
It looks like his blinkers on.
Look how slick it is. He's just sliding completely sideways.
You know, right there, too, it's like if you're sliding one way, you might as well just go whatever direction you're sliding and turn your wheels and go.
But those Nitto tires hooked up, and he made it right on up that left side of the either-or.
That is a very long either-or right there, too. A lot of them are just like a smidge of the track, and you come back in to play with each other really quickly. But that one right there, it's a good, I don't know, how long do you think that is? A quarter or half of a mile, maybe?
Mile, as we see John Schaefer heading up. The Recaro Rise.
All right, looks like we have somebody getting ready to come into the finish line here.
Dropping the Yukon launch. That's Jonathan Terhune, if I'm not mistaken.
George Schooley just came through.
And there's
fifth
Evan
position.
Sherman. Like I said, I apologize. I'm mixing up these cars a little bit, but they're starting to be the brown car versus the brown car once again.
So Evan Sherman, he started in the 10th position, and on adjusted time right now, he is in that 5th position overall, but 4th in class. So Dwayne Garrettson is in the 4,500 modified class. He is running 4th overall on adjusted time right now. But he is, Evan Sherman is in that 4th position with the 4,800 Legends class in that 5th overall.
And Sean Reisky has the fastest lap of this race thus far with a 14:45, a great run for him. So on adjusted time, it goes Reisky, then Foltz, Trimp, Garrettson, Sherman, Webb, Schooley, and Taylor. That's our top 8 that are out on their second lap of 4 in their classes. The stock class are running 3 laps, but everybody else is running 4. And then the 4,400 race later on will be racing 4 laps.
I think the 4,400s are going to be in the, let's see, we're in 14:45 right now.
I think they're going to be sub 13 minutes.
Yeah.
As Cody and Anthony St. Clair drop down the Yukon launch.
Their car
looks
is
like they're coming into the AMSOIL hot pits.
Definitely not white anymore.
So let's follow Team SCR into the AMSOIL hot pits. They have to come all the way down around that tire and then loop back in.
It's a great drone footage that you're seeing on screen right now because it shows that they have to do that directional because we definitely want any cross traffic, but they have to come all the way down, like Miles was just saying, around that tire. And it looks like they just did a look over and go.
So you know what they did? They grabbed some rags because their face shields are getting a little muddy because I saw them have a bunch of rags out front. And that looks like it's Jonathan Terhune coming down the Yukon launch. But, yeah, so mud is we keep talking about dust is the issue. So why would you have mud and dust? Well, we're in Rush, Kentucky. There's a little bit of everything here.
Well, on the trails, what you don't see on the trails, there's a lot of natural springs. So right off the start on that left-hand lane, first of all, they go through a ditch up on Bronco Hill. But the left lane has a natural spring that's running down it. So you're instantly in mud right off the start.
And these ruts hold water like crazy in the bottom of these valleys.
Yes, they do.
Here's one of our stock sportsman's class. I believe that is Chris Miller, if I'm not mistaken.
That is the Chevy, obviously.
There's 2 of them out there, so I'm kind of guessing. I think that's Chris Miller.
253. I believe you're correct. I believe he was the 253. Hear people chattering in the background, laughing and talking.
Hey, Zandy, you coming? There is Mark Zabeth in that Toyota-based buggy.
We're going to have a special guest up here that's going to be on course later on.
And special, you are right. We've got Rufus Racing head honcho, Zandy Willems.
Let me flip his mic over. There we go.
Sandy, how's it going, buddy?
It's going good, man. How about you?
Well, we're having a great time, just getting everything lined up. So you'll be racing later on today in the 4400 class, and I just kind of see you walking around, taking it all in. What's your game plan for today?
Right now, just relax and enjoy it, and then go out and. I'm starting from the back, so I'm going to have to pass pretty much everybody.
Well, is that the plan?
Yeah.
So when you were pre-running, I know you took a little bit of a wrong turn and got kind of stuck in a mud bog. Are you planning on skipping that one today?
I'm going to skip that one. I was I had going a little too fast up there, and I hit a tree, and then I had to back up on that one, and then I hit another. When I hit the second tree, I'm like, I'm taking this sucker out, and that tree wasn't coming down.
I heard you were going straight up.
Yeah, I was going straight up. I didn't even have to put it in reverse. I just put it in neutral, came back, and took
gravity's
off.
a great thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the whole Rufus gang, you guys are a great group, and there's a lot of smack talking. Who's gonna beat who? You or Chip?
Well, Chip's he's in front of me, so I'm always here. He's yakking all back
he's
here.
Already back there.
That's all he ever
He
does.
Can't even let me have my time. He's like, I'm coming over there in the 4800, getting on air, but. It's going to be fun. It's tight. It's
super tight. We just saw the UTVs cruising through there with a 13:10 fastest lap of the day. You think the big cars can beat that? It's a tight course.
I don't think so. Honestly, no. I mean, there's more power, but it's really tight. It's really tight. And the IFS cars, they're wider. So Chip's car is wider than mine. So I think it's going to be tough on the bigger cars to make big time. I don't think Paul Wolf is going to. He's probably going to be taking some trees down today.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. So Paul Wolf won his race this morning.
Oh yeah.
You think he'll be able to back it up this afternoon?
I don't know. That dude's awfully quick.
He's fast.
I'll tell you, he is fast. He was throwing down some times in Moab, and
yes.
I mean it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was crazy to watch that race develop because towards the end of the race, like they'd cut off a minute off a lap time, and then we're like, wow, new fast time, another minute. Like they just kept.
But then Lauren Healy,
he's
at the very end, he turned on at the very end. Man, it's like they went into a whole different mode.
Yeah.
It's like their pits are telling them to pick it up because they took off about 3 minutes off of that last lap, both of them. From what I remember.
Yeah, it was extremely wild. It was one of the best ending to a race we've seen in a while.
Oh, it was. And the footage, we wasn't out there. The footage was great. It was really good. You guys did a great job.
Well,
and it was nice to watch. I wish we were out there. But
obviously. We hate it. We hate when you're not there, but we understand.
So you guys are down here in the hot pits for this race. Who are you guys helping out down there?
Cody Sinclair.
Okay.
Yep, Cody
Another
Sinclair.
Texas
we're out here.
Guy?
Another Texas guy.
That's what we love. We've been
here.
watching it, and like the teams, we just think it's amazing how the teams just come together. And I know at the 918 race, you guys were pitting for like 7 cars or something in total?
Just about everyone in the race.
Yeah. Yeah.
It seemed like.
I saw earlier Chip was actually running. You don't see that much. What was he running for?
He was coming to get rags, and they were coming down the hill, and everyone's telling him to run, and he's like,
I had one.
He's just like panting. There was no running in his body.
It's a little different weather here compared to Texas. So if he runs at home,
exactly.
It's heavier on the lungs with all the moisture in the air.
Oh, trust me. Look at him. He does not run at home or walk.
On screen right there, that's Sean Reisky.
Yeah, Sean Reisky's our physical race or at least on adjusted time. So I think Kent Foltz is still out front physically, but on adjusted time, I think Sean Reisky's got him.
What's your strategy right there on that either or, the long either or? Do you have a strategy there, or are you just going to take whichever one is open in front of you?
Which either or is that?
The one
is that
where
the underpass?
Yes.
The
well,
underpass.
I think Paul Wolf in the UTV, he was going to the left
every lap.
But we've all went to the right.
Yeah,
we went to the right.
The more popular is right, but Paul Wolf, who won, went left.
Exactly.
So I don't know. So
it makes you wonder.
Yeah.
Are we doing something wrong? But
I believe that's John Schaefer on screen.
That right-hand lane too, with it being that like rock canyon, it's a little bit tighter. So you kind of have to do an off camber.
Well, the thing is, I haven't taken the left line, but it's one of those deals. If you go right, up at the right when you go right. When you come out, you've got to come up a steep little embankment.
Yes.
And, I mean, you have to be in it. So if that thing gets backed up, you're going to have to go left.
Exactly.
And I know when Chip was pre-running in the IFS car, because his car is wider than mine, and he got wedged in and pinched in. where he had to back up when he was in that canyon.
Wow,
he's
going
to have to stay.
Tight, huh?
He's going to have to stay up on the bank.
And he had the clearance, though, if he had the bank.
There's John Lawner coming into screen. So speaking about having to stay in it, what kind of horsporpower are you running out of your car?
He's just slipping.
He's in rear wheel drive.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Both of our cars are right around 800.
That's pretty
something
impressive.
like that.
800 of fun, right?
We need a little more. We need a little more.
You can never have enough, right?
That's right.
Well, we were talking about that yesterday. Paul Horschel is one of my favorite builders. He builds amazing cars. He's got over 1,000 horsepower, and he keeps breaking. So is there a happy medium? I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You got it. Once you're building a car, the more horsepower you get, you guys know this. I mean, you got to build those parts a little bit stronger. So whatever's breaking, he needs to build it a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
There's a
Fultz
horsepower car coming through.
I know his car. He has a lot of horsepower in that car because I remember last year in Crandon, it's like he couldn't stay in it around some of those turns because he was like blipping it.
Yeah, blipping.
But he's still quick and fast.
Oh, absolutely. So it's fun to see. So you're going to get some more horsepower, or are you going to leave it alone for now?
Well, I mean, we just with these engines that we have in, they're pretty fresh. So
leave them there for a little bit.
We're not going to go do anything stupid.
They're not cheap, so.
I believe that's Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that Bronco coming through, so he'll be finishing his first lap out of 3. But, yeah, here's the back of Vaughn Gittin. Look at the dust. So the dust is definitely going to play its toll. Are you excited or nervous about all the dust you're going to be eating?
I'm not too worried about the dust, really. You just have to learn to drive through it. And, I mean, if you're in the dust here, there ain't really no driving through it because it's so tight.
Yeah, there's lots of trees. So it could be interesting to see how it goes. We should have Vaughn Gittin Jr. Getting ready to drop down the Yukon launch.
See
He's
him
coming
right
in.
now. Mm-hmm. So he made that 90 right off that ridge. Now he makes another 90 right into a 90 left down the Yukon launch.
Will he take the first one or the second one? He does opt to the second line. Was a little smoother.
Yes.
And I think if you can carry your momentum, I don't think that right line's a bad one.
The right, yeah, not really.
But then
again,
and
he's coming into the AMSOIL hot pits.
It looks like he might have a right front going down. Yes, he does. He has a right front going down.
He's got a right front flat tire for Vaughn Gittin Jr. Tough break, but the Team Funhaver will be ready. They'll get him swapped out quick and easy.
All right, so let's, while they're in the pits right now, we have Sean Reisky in that number 1 position, Kent Fultz in 2, Brian Trimp 3, Dwayne Garrettson 4th, and Evan Sherman 5th. That is all on corrected time. Sean Reisky is the only one out right now on his 3rd lap.
And look, that's Casey Gilbert running around helping out. Again, I just love the whole Ultra 4 family affair. Everybody's there to help everybody. He raced with his son on the last race. He's in the pits for this race. He'll be racing his own car in the next race. I mean, Casey should be relaxing like you, Zandy, but he's down there huffing it.
No, I know. I saw Blyler down there, too.
Which one, the old man or Josh?
Josh. Yeah, the old man's probably doing what I'm doing.
Just hanging out, huh?
Yeah.
But, it looks like it's quick work. Less than a minute for Team Funhaver. Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Eric Davis heading out for their second lap out of 3.
Well, speaking of Blylers, they're all walking behind us right now, the whole group.
Yeah, there you go.
There's Josh Blyler and Rusty Blyler and the whole crew. Big thumbs up from everybody. And there's Vince.
They're always all smiles.
That's funny right there.
The whole group?
Well, no, I told you they're down there. And then
exactly.
You called that. Is that?
Who is
Man,
that?
These cars are getting.
Is that Dwayne?
I don't think it was Dwayne.
Who was the shark fin with the yellow?
They are getting tougher and tougher to tell apart. I apologize. There's Evan Sherman coming into screen.
That's what I just thought that was.
That Can-Am has been broke down there since the very first race. So
Somebody
I think
was
that's
night wheeling.
a trail wheeler last night that got in some trouble and
I
left
can
it
tell
there.
you, about 2 o'clock in the morning, they were somebody was out having some fun around here.
Oh, they were testing and tuning, trying to get a night's sleep, and somebody was ripping about 2, and I was unexcited, I'll promise.
Same here.
And speaking of that, we do have a
Curfew.
quiet zone. Yeah. At 12 midnight,
yeah.
You're supposed to shut her down, so somebody was breaking the rules. But so please, if anybody's here tonight, cut her down about midnight. We're going to party good tonight. We're going to have some rock bouncing later on. We'll have some fires going. and everything. So enjoy your night, but about midnight, you can stay up. I'm not saying that, but just turn the music down, turn the party down, and, sip some beverages around a small fire. But
right.
Don't be ripping around late at night.
It's just respect out of the park owner's rules, and we love coming here, so it's something that we want to make sure, we are invited back. We don't want to break all those rules. Looks like we have another right front flat coming in here on the number 3 of Trevor Foltz.
I don't know if I see a flat tire on that one, Pam.
Well, we'll see. They got a tire
no,
out.
you are right. They're changing it. It's just low then.
It's low. It didn't look like it was flat like Vaughn's was going.
So we are at the start-finish right now. And here is the AMSOIL hot pits. Everybody's lined out, getting everybody taken care of. So it looks like it is a right front flat. Pam, you are absolutely correct.
I've had a few of those in my racing days.
Oh, there's a lot of them out there. So they're cruising across the rigid ridge. I see Ryan Webb and Jonathan Terhune, I believe, cruising across the rigid ridge up top as we're back to Trevor Foltz.
And you can see one of the fun havers went to go get another spare tire just in case for the next lap with Von Gittin.
I see Stan Brannick, Stan Haynes, Mr. Brannick Motorsports himself down there, has a jack getting ready to help whoever he can help. Great to see everybody down there helping.
Mr. Barth's little baby right here. So cute. That curly hair. Oh, my gosh.
We saw him racing earlier, and he's back out there once again. And here comes another. This one does have a right front. So there's
a
something
rock somewhere.
There's something out there biting these guys and gals, but there's a right front flat. Is this Ryan Taylor? Yes, it is. Ryan Taylor got a flat tire on both of his first laps.
I was going to say, he came in with a flat tire earlier.
Wow. Oh, that's not us.
You never know. What is your strategy on tires? I mean, obviously you want to save the car, but are you worried about popping tires out there?
Not really.
But after watching this, is it making you think a little bit more?
Yeah.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
One thing, it's like right now we have creepies on Nightmare, and
because you guys switched to Maxxis
Treps
here recently.
Yep.
So congrats on that.
Thank you. That helps a lot. But yeah, we have creepies on mine. We're going to switch to the Treps, and there's Treps already on. Chips. So
there's Stan Haynes, Mr. Brannick Motorsports himself at the front running the jack. He was hoping to race, but his car just wasn't quite ready, so he's out here supporting everybody else. So great to see the whole Team Brannick and Team Indiana out there helping everybody out.
I haven't got to say hi to him yet. I haven't seen him.
I've said hi to him a few times. Stan's been running around the Ultra 4 scene just as long as I have. It's great to see him still out here having fun with everybody. So Ryan Taylor in the Love Bug, number 53 right there, getting a right front tire changed.
All right.
So here's Von Gittin Jr. cruising through. This is facing out of the back of that Ford Bronco. So Von Gittin Jr. is really cruising through this wood section.
It's awesome to see some in-car, and it's only going to progress. I mean, test it out here in a place that we don't have service, and we're still getting live feed off of Von's car.
Off of an on-car. It's absolutely amazing.
How cool would it be, like, if we get to the point to where we can have
multiple
inboard where they're looking at them forward and reverse? That would be awesome to see. We'll have to keep the audio away, though.
In-car audio would be fun. And speaking about that, I would always love to, so at King of the Hammers and some of the other races I run around the pits, and listening to the Gomez brothers radio station is pretty funny.
Like I was saying, in Remote Pit 1, they have, their external speaker, and I'm sitting there listening to it. I'm just busting up laughing. It's like a comedy show. But do you guys do the same thing? I mean, you guys have a great time outside of your race cars. Is it kind of similar inside?
Not really. And when we're in the cars, Brad and them, they don't like people on the radio.
Okay.
So that's not their deal.
They talk a lot outside the car, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they do talk smack outside. But when they're in the car, it's like they're yelling, like, get off the radio, get off, don't say that,
Well, I guess
I like hearing it. Sometimes it's a distraction because I'm more dialed in on, what's going on with the other car or whatever. But for the most part, I like to know it and hear it.
Well, I guess with the Gomez, they're all in a single seat, so they don't have to worry about a co-driver not wanting to hear it.
Right, exactly.
So yeah, but it's definitely it's a comedy show for sure. But I could see that where it gets distracting. I mean, being in a race car myself,
Right.
it's just kind of like you turn down the pit. You know, you only turn them up if you need to talk to them and get a
Right.
response from them. So,
Well, maybe today it might happen. If I get close enough to Chip, I will bump him.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I'll hear it.
Rubbins Racing.
That's
isn't it?
right.
Rubbins
That's
Racing,
right.
exactly.
Yep.
All right, so let's go through right now. We have 7 cars that have came through that are out on their third lap. We have Sean Reisky in that number 1 position, Brian Trimp in number 2, Dwayne Garrettson 3, Evan Sherman 4th, Ryan Webb 5th, George Schooley in 6th, and Ryan Taylor 7th. Now, the class is all mixed in together, and that's on adjusted time as of right now. So we'll see how the rest of this race plays out.
Well, Zandy, I thoroughly appreciate you coming up here and chatting with us, but we'll let you get back there and do your relaxing, getting your zen, because you're just a couple hours away from taking in. So, Zandy, always a pleasure. Best of luck and have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck out there.
Hey, you guys have fun.
Thank you. And
That's Jonathan Terhune, I believe, coming through.
It is, and that actually he just bumped out George Schooley out of the 6th position. That puts him in 6th on adjusted time.
So right here, there is an either or, and he was going towards the harder side and then backed up. So Jonathan Terhune heading up the Bronco Hill.
See, and I was a lot of
Jesse
drivers.
Oliver right behind him. Cody and Anthony St. Clair also in the mix.
A lot of drivers were saying they're not going to take that left-hand lane because of that natural spring right there.
Yep, it's we came down that last year, and obviously gravity helps a bunch. But watching people pre-run it, it's a sloppy mess. So everybody's taking the Bronco Hill right line and then heading across the rigid ridge.
And it's definitely super steep because I remember last year, Miles, we were walking up putting flags up there.
Yeah, I did it again this year, and
yeah.
It's steep and mucky, that's for sure. Your son Hank actually helped me quite a bit with the flags.
That's awesome. I told him he's going to work when he came here. He said that you and him had a great working time, we worked well together.
Everybody out here, with the Mid-America Outdoor Crew and Ultra 4, and everybody's just here to help. And if you're not having fun, you're not doing the right thing.
Right,
so
exactly.
We just try to have fun doing everything we do.
I mean, I told him I was putting him to work because literally, he wanted to watch this racing as well, but he wanted to come for the rock bouncers tonight. So
that's going to be fun. It's going to be a great day. So be sure to tune in all day long. We are right now on the EMC races. At 1 p.m., we'll switch over to the Ultra 4 Unlimited 4400 race. At 4 p.m., we'll do the 170 Youth race. And then at 6 p.m., we'll switch over to the America Pro Rock Racing. Start out with the knockout racing, so it'll be fun to watch. And that's just going to be just behind us. It's going to be nasty.
It's going to be a great view from right here.
Absolutely.
I mean, Aaron will be coming up here, and he'll be doing his announcing for it. You and I will be stepping in possibly to
I'm here on backup. I don't know a lot about the bouncers,
but
they need help. I'll give them a hand. But, yeah, they definitely have their own guys that'll be
we got a little battle going
action
on here. That's the 46. I couldn't remember or read that number properly, but I believe
that was John Lawner. And then Sean Reisky, our physical race leader, is right behind him, so he's already dealing with some lap traffic.
So a little race going on right there. But, lap traffic, they know they're lapped. So they'll get out of the way.
John Schaefer coming into screen.
Let's see which direction he's going to take. And he took that right-hand lane under the Rush underpass. So again, we'll go through the top people that are out on their third lap. We have Sean Reisky in that number 1 position, Brian Trimp number 2, Dwayne Garrettson in 3rd, Evan Sherman 4th, Ryan Webb 5th, Jonathan Terhune 6th, Jesse Oliver 7th, Cody St. Clair 8th, Troy Digby 9th, George Schooley 10th, and Ryan Taylor in that 11th position. In class, we have Dwayne Garrettson in that first position in the 4500 modified. Jesse Oliver is in second position in the 4500 modified, with Cody St. Clair in third position in that 4500 modified class. And in the 4800 Legends class, number 1 is Sean Reisky, number 2, Brian Trimp, and then Evan Sherman is running that third position right now in the 4800 Legends class. And you can see right here, that is definitely a difficult area, but that right there on screen is Von Gittin Jr. They call that Big Edna right there. And right there, you can't see how steep that hill is that was down, but it is a very, very steep hill. The ruts are getting bigger. Once the 4400s go, their tires are obviously bigger, and We have somebody right here backing up in a Jeep Cherokee, and I cannot remember who was in the Jeep.
I believe that's John Launer, if I'm not mistaken.
45, 46, 48, 49. Oh, that is John Launer. So let's see what direction he takes. And if Vaughn is that close to him, I wonder if Vaughn will see, hey, I got a slower guy in front of me. I'm going to take the other lane. Or if he gets out of sight, he could get stuck behind him, because on that either or, it's still single track once you get on one of those either ors.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things to do at these races is to just kind of meander through the pits and talk strategy, because
Yes.
I used to race quite a bit, and I always thought the either ors, you take whatever they didn't take in front of you. And some people are like, yeah, for sure, but I've been pre-running. I know my lines.
Right, exactly.
As Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that Bronco.
And like I was just saying, I wonder if he saw that John was took the left-hand lane right here, or if he's going to go straight, because he could get stuck. And he is taking left-hand behind John Launer right now. So not sure if that will hurt him or help him, because he could have taken that right-hand line that is visually open in front of him right now, and he went ahead and chose to do probably the line that he pre-ran and liked the most and took the left-hand lane.
So here's
those ruts.
Yeah, look, this is at the Recaro Rise at Big Edna. Look how dug out it is already, and it's only gonna get worse, especially, Pam, like you said, put some 40-inch unlimited cars with unlimited horsepower. This hill right here, the Recaro Rise, is gonna get tore up as we see somebody. Is that St.
Clair?
That could be Ryan Webb, I believe. There's a few different Jimmy's car.
St. Clair is a Jeep front end. Is that correct? I believe
his is a brown car.
It was white.
Yeah, that's Ryan Webb and Chris Branton with Kryptonite Customs heading up on the Recaro Rise. And this camera right here, how cool is it? We're actually in a tree stand right above it. It's just really cool, the ideas the camera guys and gals get.
Now we'll call that the we gotta name it.
Well, that's the Recaro Rise. It's already named.
Recaro Rise with the tree stand. Camera tree. We got names for everything. So a lot of people taking that left-hand lane right there on that either or.
We watched Paul Wolf taking that quite a bit.
Every lap he took it.
And it's the weather is starting to warm up a little bit. There's just a little bit of breeze, which is about perfect, because on a day like today, the wind is a racer's friend. But it's warming up. It is supposed to get up to mid-80s today, and it's already in the mid-70s. So it's going to be a beautiful day here in Rush, Kentucky for the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash, featuring Ultra 4 and America Pro Rock Racing, presented by Mid-America Outdoors.
You know what I like about the way the breeze is going right now? Look at the flags.
Yeah, you can really see the wind blades out there.
They're going away from us, so we won't be getting any of the dust coming this way.
Well, too much of the
Too
dust.
much.
So
you
is
can't
that
see
our
it.
Race leader, possibly Sean Reisky?
Coming into the hot pits, the Amsoil hot pits, with a right rear flat. Oh, he's got to go around the tire, so he has to back himself up.
Right rear flat for Sean Reisky in that JKS machine.
Oh, see, you can see the dust right there.
Wow, yeah, that dust is getting nasty for those pit guys in the Amsoil hot pits.
So, yes,
So I believe Sean Reisky will get the white flag on this, if I'm not mistaken, Pam.
He's completing his third lap right now.
So out of 4. So when he heads out of the Amsoil hot pits, the white flag will be flying high. So he's got about 15 more minutes to go. And he is our physical and adjusted time leader right now. How far back is Brian Trimp, Dwayne Garrettson, Evan Sherman, Ryan Webb, Jonathan Terhune, Jesse Oliver, Cody St. Clair, Troy Bigby, George Schooley, Ryan Taylor, Ken Foltz, John Schaefer, Vaughn Gittin Jr. There's a full list of cars still out on course. This is the limited racers. We have the 4600 Spider Track stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and our leader in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is on screen right now.
And it looks like they're having some trouble getting that tire off. And what can happen whenever they're running so far on a flat, depending on how long it has been, it can make that wheel be it's not good on it. So it sometimes will make it hard to get that tire off to do that change. And it looks like they're having some issues with the lug nuts, possibly.
Yeah, or it could have some mud stuffed up in there. I mean, there's lots of stuff. It looks like they'll be getting it out.
Yeah, exactly. So what happens whenever they have a flat tire too, like, the
friction builds
friction,
heat.
exactly.
Absolutely.
And there's Von Gittin just came through, so he is physically first place in first right now.
Is he finishing his
Brian
second lap? So that's white flag for him as well.
Von Gittin is out right now on
his
third lap.
and final lap for the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
And he just turned his fastest lap at a 16:13.
Wow, Von Gittin is on it. Hey, this Bronco we're looking at right now, the first time it ever raced was at King of the Hammers, and it won just a few months ago.
Exactly.
And now if he can back it up again here, as somebody just come down the Yukon launch. Is that
Ryan
Brian
Trimp.
That's Brian Trimp. You are correct. Man, these cars are getting hard to tell apart. So I'm glad we have the live timing at live.ultra4racing.com. If you're at home, be sure to tune in.
And racers, that rear number plate is key.
I haven't seen it. Yeah.
No, that was Brian Trimp just now. Schaefer.
So I got Lauren Healy up here kind of checking in on us, and it sounds like Von Gittin Jr. is still out ahead of the lead, but he's worried about John Schaefer where he's at. So he's on his rugged race radios right now. So, yeah, there's a lot of adjusted time as well. So Von Gittin's looking good for that 4600 Spider Track stock class. So playing that adjusted time race, it's looking good.
I know, we're having trouble.
This is...
Whoa, did you see that little pop down right there?
That's the Yukon launch.
And it's a Yukon launch for a reason.
Yeah, I can't tell these cars apart. That's either Ryan Webb.
Ryan Webb is
that right?
That would be Ryan Webb.
Okay, it was Ryan Webb.
And on screen right there, that is Vaughn getting ready to take that. I believe that's Vaughn.
I believe you're right. He'll take a hard right here. And this is where Levi Metzinger was talking about earlier. From here on out is his favorite part of the course. It's just really windy. It's tight, but not super tight.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of little rollers through here. And he's like, you can really get in the zone and really click up some speed through these tight wood sections.
It was definitely a fun little area right there for sure. And now right there where you make that tight 90 right, it's super cool because if you were to be out here trail riding, you would just go straight. And there are some gnarly hill climbs on that pipeline road.
There is lots of good trails out here at Rush Off-Road. There's over 7,000 acres here, over 100 miles of trails. They are open 7 days a week. You can get season passes for $99 a year, a week pass for $45, a day pass for $30. Special events are not included in that, but again, just a huge shout-out to the park owner, E.B. Lohman, and his entire staff. And there is Dwayne Garrettson coming through, so he's in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Is he going to be able to back up his win? Does that put him in first place?
So that puts him in first place on adjusted time, second place overall right now on adjusted time.
Coming in the screen, that's got to be George Schooley. That's a Miller car. I mean, I can't tell, but I think he's the only Miller car in this class.
42, it is. You're correct. That fin, so racers, if you are people at home that are watching this, have your racers put that fin on. It really helps. In the center, because it helps with the mud, or a rear plate, because it really helps us help you guys and know who the drivers are better when we're at these muddy race courses. We were talking about that actually in driver's meeting. That was brought up about getting that fin put on the center plate. And you can see right there that camera shot right there shows those ruts again. It's definitely getting deeper and deeper. So
looks like Lana Scott's tuned in, saying hi to yourself and Moss.
Awesome.
We'll see her in Prairie City here in just a few weeks.
And she was in Moab out there. She was on her feet, going as far out on course as she could to get those awesome shots that she's always getting.
Jesse Oliver just came through. Right behind him is Anthony and
Cody
St. Clair.
So right now, on adjusted time, we have Brian Trimp in that number 1 position, Dwayne Garrettson number 2, Sean Reisky third.
Look at this, Pam. I'm going to interrupt you. I'm
super
sorry.
Cool.
But that is the on-car with Von Gittin Jr., and it shows you how dusty it is. And there was a pass there in the either-or.
There was a pass. I wonder who that was. Well, actually, there's still some dust over there, so
I think Vaughn pulled over just a little bit and let whoever around him.
Okay.
Because Vaughn is in the stock class, and he is a class act himself.
So Evan Sherman just came through. I believe that was the 48.59 that Evan Sherman just came through start-finish.
So Ryan Taylor may have just came through,
correct,
right?
Correct.
And this is his first time not coming in for a tire.
Yes, you're very right on that. And, he's still running 6th overall.
So is Sean Reisky, did I hear he's not
Sean
up
Reisky's in 3rd position overall, but 2nd in class. So Brian Trimp came through.
Brian Trimp is coming through the 896. He's a good cat. He's just kind of one of those good old boys. And every time we walk by, he always takes time to say hi to me. Always a big smile. It'd be great to see Brian Trimp have a good day.
On board again.
Somebody is all over Von Gittin Jr.'s tail. And this is what we're showing you exactly how dusty it actually is.
I wonder who that is on his rear end.
And that's where the hot dog lady sets
exactly.
up.
I was getting ready to say that. She is not out there this weekend.
That is way too close to the course for sure.
Way too close to the course, and no race car driver is going to stop for a hot dog in the middle of the race course.
Well, if you're broke down, might.
True story. If you're like racing in Mexico, you keep hidden money in your fire suit.
For tacos.
For tacos, exactly. Because if you break down on course, you need something to eat.
What a great shot. I loved seeing that.
You can see those rocks. You see them going over the rocks. The tires popped up a little bit. Those rocks, I mean, from this view right here, you're getting a great drone footage, but it doesn't show how big those rocks are on course. Not sure who that is.
The sun is shining. The wind is just about perfect. What a great day of racing it has been so far, and we are not even halfway through it. This is the 10th annual Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash. 7th year sold out. We're doing Ultra 4 Racing, America Pro Rock, and everything is presented by Mid-America Outdoors. So, again, a huge shout-out to Jason and Gayla Robinette for bringing this all together and bringing it to you here back home and here on site.
So we know that Von Gittin's pit crew, they're waiting for John Schaefer to come through, and we have not seen him come through yet, as of yet.
Here's the Recaro Rise at Big Edna. Is that Justin Barth? Yes, it is. He's still a little clean. Haven't seen him. Is he a lap down?
There's a secret sauce that some people put on their cars. Let's see. Justin Barth is a lap. Well, he's out on lap 2 right now.
Okay, out of 4. That may be just. Yeah, it's Sean Rice. I can't tell these cars apart. You out here? All right, good seeing you. All right, good seeing you, buddy. Thank you. So the white flag is still flying out for a lot of these cars heading out for their 4th and final lap. There is Jesse Oliver. I called him wrong just a moment ago as he hits the Yukon launch heading down. And look at that rear end just dancing. That shows you how steep this is. So the white flag is out for Jesse Oliver as he heads up the Bronco Hill.
So that puts Jesse Oliver in 2nd position in class in the 4500 modified, but 6th overall. That was George Schooley that just came through. He is 6th in class in the 4800 Legends and 9th overall. This is all on adjusted time.
And let's give some of our amazing partners some love. We have Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, Ultimax Belts, King of the Hammers, Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC, 360 Wraps, Rugged, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Raceline Wheels, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warn, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lively, and Action Sports Canopy.
On screen, I'm not sure who that is on screen, but oh my gosh, he came in and he stopped and he just slid.
It's getting slick out there.
Well, so that's where there's a natural spring as well, and that's where we go under the Rush Underpass.
So, again, please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful partners, we would not be racing here in Rush Off-Road.
I don't think he's in 4-wheel drive.
4. There was somebody earlier that was having some rear only issues.
I think it was him. I'm not sure who it is in that car. I'm not sure the number, but I think that's the same vehicle earlier that was having some issues and had to back up.
I think that could be Jason Dean.
So we have Brian Trimp right now out on he'll be getting the checkered flag, I believe, correct?
Yeah, yep. And once the first checkered flag flies, it's the checkered flag for everybody on out.
And what we're going to be doing, Miles, is I'm supposed to be going down there, so I'm going to be getting them as soon as they're coming out of their cars. So as soon as they let us know that they're a couple minutes out, I'll be heading over to the podium area and getting some out-of-car emotions, that's what we love. We love to get them right when they come out.
Oh, yeah, because they're still excited and still in that chatty Cathy.
Exactly.
They're still just remembering the race. And, yeah, that raw emotion is fun to catch. So, yeah, we'll definitely send you down there. And then you get to give away those amazing LaserNet trophies.
Exactly.
Thank you to Cody Wagner and company.
I'm not sure. I cannot see that number.
I think that I just said it. Who was it?
He's definitely only in rear-wheel drive. Well,
Dean. I think that's Jason Dean.
His
if I'm not
front
mistaken.
tires are spinning, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's
Brian
Sean.
Trimp. That is our physical race leader and on adjusted time. But who is on his tail as they come up the Recaro Rise there at Big Edna? That's Sean Reisky
right on him.
So where'd they start? Sean Reisky started just behind Ryan Taylor, but I think Ryan Taylor, is he a lap down?
Ryan Taylor is not a lap down.
So it's going to be down to the wire between those two. What a great race we have on our hands. We're about to wrap up. We're a few minutes away from that checkered flag flying for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. So Jason Dean having some issues. I believe he's having some front end issues and really trying to make it, but struggling. So and here's our race leader. So hopefully Jason Dean can get pulled over to the side because here comes Brian Trimp. And
is that John Schaefer right there? I can't tell if that was orange or not.
That's
Sean Reisky
for sure. Oh, and he wanted to take his left line, but it's being blocked by Dean. So,
but if you pre-ran this, you know that where Dean is on the left-hand side there is another line that he could have taken to get around.
I think he looked at it, but it just wasn't there.
It's definitely not as smooth for sure. That's what JT was saying, like when he was explaining the lines to me when we were out there marking course right there, and he was saying you can go where Dean is, or you can go to the left of it, but it's just not as good. So there's Vaughn on screen right now going up Big Edna.
At the Recaro Rise. Looks like he's going to back up his one once again in that 4600 Spider Track Stock class. It's not over because to finish first you must finish.
Exactly.
But it's looking good for Vaughn Gittin Jr., and I think he's got a real shot at a podium in the 4400 class as well. So we're staying really close on time. It's only 10:45, so it's looking good. So we'll keep on racing here for the limited classes, and then we'll take a lunch break and be back at 1 p.m. for the Ultra 4 Unlimited 4400 race. And then after that at 4 p.m.
Oh, there's somebody on the horn up there on the Rigid Ridge right now.
And then at 4 p.m. we'll do the 170 youth classes, and then at 6 p.m. we'll start the America Pro Rock Knockout Racing. So be sure to stay tuned in all day long. Sounds like through the Rugged Race radios, it sounds about 3 minutes before that checkered flag starts flying.
All right, Miles, I'm going to head down there so we can get these guys when they're coming out. So I will be back up here very shortly.
I'll see you after a bit, Pam. I'll throw it down to you. Thanks again.
Thank you.
So here's a high and wide from one of our drones. What a great day of racing it has been, and it is not even close to over. So thank you again for everybody here on site and all of our racers, all of our volunteers, all of our medical and safety, our MAO and Ultra 4 crew. And then everybody here at Rush Off-Road. Everybody's really mended together and done an amazing job. So, again, just a huge shout-out to everybody for making this happen. There's Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming into screen, and he wants that left line, but Dean has it blocked, so we'll see what happens. I can't tell. I don't think. No, the screen is not frozen. So Vaughn Gittin's trying to figure out which way he's going to go. There's a rear camera from Vaughn Gittin Jr. It's still working on all the way back there. It's absolutely awesome. So now we're going to have a little bit of a bottleneck, and there it is. So hopefully they can keep moving through. Looks like that's Dwayne Garrettson at the back. And Vaughn Gittin Jr. is able to take that left line, and a few more go under the Rush overpass. So it sounds like, yes, it is Brian Trimp and Sean Reisky coming through back-to-back for getting that checkered flag, but on adjusted time, it's going to be down to the wires. They hit the Yukon launch. So right now, physical across the line is Brian Trimp and then Sean Reisky, and on adjusted time, that's just the way it's going to be, I believe, by just over 25 seconds. So unofficially, it's Brian Trimp 1, then Sean Reisky 2 in that 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So it's been a great run all the way to the finish. They finished within seconds of each other, but remember, everybody did start in 30-second increments. So
896 is provisional first, 866 provisional second. Still waiting.
So Brian Trimp started in that 6th position, and Reisky started a minute ahead of him. So on adjusted time, he did a great job keeping that going. So unofficial 1, Brian Trimp. Unofficial 2, Sean Reisky. And then it looks like it's probably going to be Dwayne Garrettson in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. So the first 2 across the line are in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Brian Trimp and Sean Reisky grabbing the checkered flag, unofficial 1st and 2nd. There is Mark Zoboth out of Covington, Georgia.
Come on, these guys are coming. They're coming. We have time, Brad. We still only got provisional on 1st and 2nd, still waiting on 3rd.
There's Evan Sherman chasing down somebody. Looks like Dean. Is that him on the left? I can't quite tell, or did he make it through?
896 in 1st, not confirmed. 866 in 2nd.
Yeah, it looks like Dean in that Jeep still is stuck there. He's made a little ways up, but didn't quite make it all the way through. So tough break for Dean. He was struggling something. It looks like he was just in rear-wheel drive. So tough break for Dean, but he'll be back to race another day. Still trying to move, isn't he? So we sent Pam Hall down there. I think Joey will be helping a little bit, but trying to get the raw emotion out of these drivers as soon as they cross the finish line. So hopefully we'll get a quick chat with Brian Trimp and Sean Reisky here soon, and then we will give away some more of those amazing Laser Nut trophies. So thanks again to Cody Wagner and company. There is Mark Zaboth. Lots of chatter through the Rugged Race radios. Lots of good things happening right now. We started just over 3 years ago, so it looks like Dean has made it again. So we'll see if he can get going as Mark Zaboth chasing him down.
Copy, thank you. Aaron, confirm 1st and 2nd.
Here's another checkered flag, I believe.
Taylor, let's go live. Taylor, let's go live.
I can't quite tell who that is. That is going to be Ryan Webb, I believe. So Ryan Webb, number 717, unofficial 3rd place. So if it sticks like this, it's Brian Trimp, Sean Reisky, and Ryan Webb. Again, it's all unofficial for now, but it's looking like it. And there's Dwayne Garrettson grabbing the checkered flag for the 1st place in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. And he is 3rd overall. And it sounds like Joey is down there getting some of these drivers talking to him.
Number 1 man in the 4800 class, Brian Trimp. Y'all give it up. All right, guys, listen. This car is completely filthy. You look like you're just still breathing hard. Tell us what it was like out there.
Well, we had a good time. We pre-ran 5 laps with Tad Dowker. Thank you so much for all the help. We had no idea where we were at. We knew Sean was somewhere close to us until he punted us in the last corner. That was fun. But I'd like to thank Falcon Tire, Jeep Armory, Yukon Gear and Axle, Vision Wheels, and just Mid-America and everybody else, my crew, Mike, my dad, my family, my wife. I've been playing this game for a long time, first time on the top of the box. Thank you.
We're excited to have you here at Rush Off-Road. Thank y'all so much. One more big round of applause. Brian Trimp, your number one man. All right, let's move these helmets right here. We want everybody at home to be able to see you guys. If you're at home and you're not here with us, we're missing you guys. Let me get on this other side. All right, I'm out here. Second place, Sean Reisky. Y'all give it up. Sean, listen, I hear you was getting into the back of this man a little bit. I want you to tell me about the end of this race and how it ended.
Well, lap 3, we weren't really pushing real hard, 2 and 3. We came in on 3 and changed the tire, and I could hear him coming across the ridge when we were changing the tire, and I thought, shit. I got to run him down now. And we caught him, and we were bumping and banging, but the course is so tight, and he was hauling. Dust gets thick, and just couldn't get around him. But we pushed him all the way back to the finish line.
So you're here from the East Coast, right? You're over here in your territory. You feel like this race course was really catered to how you're used to driving?
Oh, yeah. Love the tight woods. Tight woods, big hill climbs, and really fast stretches. So,
looks like there was a little bit of mud out there. Is that true?
We went around it.
Guys, y'all give it up for his team. Him and his co-driver look like they're ready to get out of this car and celebrate. One more big round of applause. Great job, all these guys out here today.
Still talking.
And are you doing podium on 48?
Sorry.
I am.
They're over here having some good conversations about the end of this race. We love a good tight race. Out here, there wasn't a whole lot of passing lanes, but what that allowed these guys to do was get in here and beat and bang and have a lot of fun, a lot of slick racing. There were still some fast straightaways, but, man, there is some insane stuff back there. I can't wait for you guys at home to see all the footage. And if you're already watching the live stream, make sure you take time, share it, put it on your page, make sure you're getting it out there. Let's get the message of Ultra 4 Racing all across the web. All right, he's coming in now. Oh, yeah. All right. This car is filthy. Perfect. All right, guys. I'm sitting here with your third place finisher, Evan Sherman, and his co-driver, Chris. I want y'all to get a big round of applause. These guys fought to get right here to the box. All right, so listen. You guys been out there. It was a rough race. I've already talked to these guys. They were beating and banging. Tell us a little bit about your experience out there on the race course.
Traffic was brutal. Every half a lap we had a car, and we just couldn't get on their bumper to get around them. Dust was just hard. I couldn't keep my visor down, so I ended up leaving it up the whole time, and I can barely see out of my eyes, but it'll be okay.
I'm looking into your eyes right now. They are bloodshot red, but I can tell because you're on this box. You didn't let that stop you. That speaks volumes about the racers, the heart he's got in this car. Tell us out there, what was the funnest part of the race course?
Man, those hill climbs coming out of the creek, that was something right there. And on the last lap, we found the shortcut, but we didn't find it till the last lap.
Well, I'm glad you got to experience them. Those hills are a lot of fun. Guys, I want y'all to get loud one more time. Evan Sherman right here as he climbs out of the car. All right, if everybody will get by your cars, we're going to take a shot with all the trophies and all the drivers and co-drivers. We're going to celebrate you guys, and we want to get some good fit pictures and video. Great job, buddy. Great job. Way to fight. Hey, way to fight. Good race, man. Way to fight. Great job, guys. Great job. Way to fight. You want to hold her? You want to get on top of the car? Whatever you want to do. He wants to get on top of the car. Let's get him on top of the car. He deserves it. Somebody hand him that trophy right there. All right, guys. Looking at the cameras, give us a big smile. Y'all better get loud for these guys. All right, guys. Y'all celebrate with them, and we're about to bring in our next class of winners.
What a great day of racing it has been, and we are not even close to being over. We just saw the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, but we still have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4600 Spider Tracks, and then I keep forgetting about the Sportsman Stock class. So there's still a lot of cars out on course. We'll be giving away some more Laser Nut trophies here very soon, but wow, what a day it's been. It's been amazing. It's beautiful here. The weather is getting warm, so we put our little awning out, trying to give us a little bit of shade because it's going to be a long day, but it's going to be a fun day of racing here for the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash featuring Ultra 4 and American Pro Rock, presented by Mid-America Outdoors. Just saw Anthony St. Clair come through. So, Pam, give us a quick rundown on what it's looking like on our timing.
I'll go through the 1, 2, and 3 of each class. So, in the 4800 Legends, we have Brian Trimp in that number 1 position, Sean Reisky in number 2, Evan Sherman in that 3rd position, and then Ryan Webb 4th and Ryan Taylor 5th. In the 4500 Modified class, we have Dwayne Garrettson in that number 1 position, Jesse Oliver 2, Cody St. Clair 3rd, Troy Digby 4th, and we have...
So we still haven't seen Vaughn Gittin Jr. come through yet, have we?
No, we have not seen Vaughn Gittin Jr. come through, and I know earlier they were wanting to know about timing of whenever the next person was coming in. So right now I think that they pretty much have that number 1 position, but we have not seen him yet. We did see him go through that either or, but we have not
seen him. Anything can happen at the end of the race, so they're going to have to race to the finish, that's for sure.
I mean, and he should have probably been in by now because he was at that either or, the last either or that we have right before they come in here.
Yeah, so we hope to see Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that beautiful Bronco here very soon. But lots of action is happening, and we will actually hopefully get a lunch break today. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, but we're going to be kicking off the 4400s right around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Eastern time, sorry about that.
Are you getting choked up because the day's almost over?
Oh, the day is far from being over. So, yeah, 1 p.m. we'll kick off the 4400s, and then at 4 p.m. we'll kick off the 170 race. Then 6 p.m. we'll kick off the America Pro Rock Racing. So still lots of action to come. Get on that MAO app, download that, check it out. Go to the MAO and Ultra 4 Facebook and YouTubes, and, hit the share button, start a watch party. Let's blow this thing up. I think there's a lot of people that can enjoy this style of racing. It's a sold-out crowd here, but there's a lot of people back home tuning in and watching, so we appreciate each and every one of you.
You can see behind us the pits are switching out here again. We'll have the hot pits. I'm wondering to see if we have tire issues like we have seen so far this day.
We've seen a few UTVs, but the big cars, they're wider, they're bigger. I think tires are going to become more and more of an issue.
Well, and like Levi Metzinger was saying, I mean, there's trees, there's stumps out there that you can't get rid of, and you can't see them, and
especially with the dust pans.
Exactly, for sure, and especially on that pipeline road where there are bigger rocks than, like you're saying, the dust. If you're in that dust and you hit one of those in the wrong spot on your tire, it definitely can pop it very easy. But the trees too, sidewall punctures happen when you're sliding into the corners. Anything can happen out here. There's a lot of different types of terrain. We got solid rock that they have to climb up that's wet. You have the trees. You have the rocks that are loose on course. And
the ruts, we were seeing those.
Ruts,
this
yes.
course is starting to get a little tore up. And like I said, last year it was the mud. This year's the dust that's playing its toll. But as you can tell, the brown cars are everywhere, so mud is still out there here in Rush, Kentucky.
Exactly. It's definitely awesome. I'm really glad this year it's not like it was last year with the mud, even though there's still mud out on course. But the pits are not muddy. It's easier for all of these big haulers to get out of here and everything.
Yeah. And we still have the EV class, the Holly EFI Dana Spicer EV class. It's kind of the future of everything. So we'll see how that plays out. We have a lot of teams that are already building these cars. So I'm excited to see where that comes. We still have that in the future. And the future is just looking extremely bright for Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers, everything involved. And we got another car that just came through. I believe that was Troy Digby.
It was Troy Digby,
okay.
correct. Yep. So while we do have our little bit of a break, they're going to clear out hot pits, and they're going to actually water it down a couple times before the 4400 start. Try to get the dust down in the hot pits, because when they're coming through, it's just dusting everybody out. So
the dust is definitely thick.
Yeah, EB has his team out here, and they're ready to go as soon as the race course is cold. So they will be watering down that hot pits. Justin Barth just went through just momentarily, a moment ago. I saw him go through. So we have lots of racing still action, going on out there, even though it's done. But it's a race to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. That is for darn sure.
But where is Von Gittin?
I was expecting to see him, but we have not seen him yet. We'll see how it all plays out. So we're trying to get everything lined out, but we're hoping to give away the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified Awards here very soon. This is our first race in the Eastern Series race. Our next is our second in the Western Series race at Prairie City SVRA for some amazing short course. So be sure to tune in all season long. It sounds like Joey Beck's down there to hand away some of those Laser Nut trophies. Ready to you, buddy.
All right. Thank you, Miles. We're down here in the winner's circle. Your number one man for the 4,500 class sitting right here. Y'all give it up for Dwayne Garrettson. Dwayne, you got your co-driver in here. Jeremy's in here with you. Guys, how fun was the race course out there today? Tell me, what was it like?
Man, it was really fun. There was a few slick spots, but for the most part, it dried up really good. It was a fast track. It was just a blast, man.
So did you battle any traffic out there today? Did you have any issues?
We battled a little traffic on lap one. We had to give somebody a little tap, but after that, it opened up pretty good, and we had fresh, clean air for most of the race.
All right, I know you got to have some people you want to thank. You want to thank some sponsors?
Oh, yeah. First off, I'd like to thank my co-driver, Jeremy, all the guys that come get you some for working hard all week and letting us come out here and play, Yokohama Tire, Raceline Wheel, Warren Winch, Scranton Truck and Trailer, Tom Woods Drivelines, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, Radflow Suspension, PSC, PRP, man, I don't even know, Custom Splice. We have so many great sponsors, man, that keep this car going and keep us up on top of the box. It's just amazing. Thanks to all the guys from Mid-America, all the guys from Ultra 4, all the volunteers, JT for setting up a badass course, man, and all the spectators for coming out and cheering us on.
Y'all heard it right here. Give it up for Mr. Dwayne Garrettson. All right, y'all follow me over here. Well, I'm going to go this way. Is these the right trophies in the right place? All right, I'm going to come around this other side. All right, I'm over here. In second place, Jesse Oliver and his co-driver, Randy. Y'all get loud. Is this a Ford rig? It's got some Ford parts on it. All right, guys. So I see y'all coming in here. You look like you're just physically exhausted. I want you to tell us how your race experience was.
Course was great. I mean, it was there were some rough spots, like Dwayne said. There were some slick spots that were kind of fun. Lots of trees jumping out. But other than that, the course was awesome. It's fast and fun.
All right, guys. So tell me, you've got to have some sponsors that help y'all get these cars to the line. You can't do it without these guys. Who would you like to thank today?
We got Stan from Brannick here. I mean, his parts hold up no matter what. Ironman Off-Road, they put a ton of hours into the car, putting it together with me. Magnitude suspension, factory mast engines, everything worked flawlessly. Raceline Wheels, Falcon Tires. We lost one in the last lap. But other than that, it was a perfect day.
That sounds great. Guys, we're excited for y'all. I want y'all to get loud one more time for Jesse Oliver right here in the second spot. All right. I'm coming over here. I got a father and son duo. They're smiling from ear to ear. This has got to be fun to do it together. I want you to tell me, what does this race and this finish mean to you guys?
It's honestly just an honor to be up here with these two because, even though the 4,500 class is small, it's still an honor to be with some of the best 4,500 racers that there are.
So tell me, does your dad sit there and tell you what to do the whole time, or does he just sit back and be quiet?
It's 50-50.
If you got anybody you'd like to thank, we'd love to hear who helps get this car to the start line every time and keep you going during these whole brutal races.
First off, Cooper Tires, they did amazing. They hooked up their mud tires. They clean out real good. Torco Oil had great oil pressure. Trans Temp stayed nice and cool. PSC, never had a steering problem. Dave's Off-Road helps us get his parts. Full throttle battery, the car never died. Always stayed where it's supposed to be. Raceline wheels. With Cooper, never had an issue, and Dad, even though he's 53, he's still willing to crawl in the car with me.
So how many times have y'all made it to the podium before?
Too many to count.
Y'all heard it right here. He's ready to go up to the top spot some more. Y'all get loud for him one more time. Cody St. Clair and his father Anthony. All right, Miles, we're going to send it back to you guys up there. We're going to get the next class in here. See you in a few.
Thank you, Joey, for that, giving away some of those amazing laser nut trophies. And we still have another class to go. But where is Vaughn Gittin Jr.? Has he came across the line?
He has
I do
not came
think
across
so.
the line.
So is he having issues? Where's John Schaefer? Who else is in this class? John Launer. We're struggling.
John Schaefer. So Vaughn Gittin, John Schaefer, John Launer. Those three right there.
So
have a definite podium spot
yeah.
if they come across the finish line here.
But we were expecting to see
John Launer hasn't came
Gittin.
through even for lap
well,
one.
John
though.
Launer was having issues early on,
yes,
I believe.
Yes, he was.
So here's our 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. In fourth place goes to Troy Bigby. In third place, Cody St. Clair. Second place, Jesse Oliver. And top of the box goes to Dwayne Garrettson. And our 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, we'll give you a leaderboard for that. And 10th position is Kent Foltz.
In ninth position is Jonathan Terhune.
And eighth spot goes to Justin Barth.
In seventh position, George Schooley.
In sixth position goes to Ryan Taylor.
And fifth position, Trevor Foltz.
And fourth spot goes to Ryan Webb.
In that number 3 position, Evan Sherman.
Second position goes to Sean Reisky.
And on the top of the box, the 896 of Brian Tremp. So congratulations to all of them.
What a great day of racing it has been, and it's just going to keep getting better and better as we go, even though we haven't had a bad time yet at all.
Right.
But, yeah, I'm super excited to keep it going. So we're still anxiously awaiting. Where's Vaughn Gittin Jr.? Where's John Schaefer and everybody else?
So 4,600 has not came across the line yet, but we shall see. Right now, if it sat, as it shows on here, would be John Launer in that number 3 position.
And then John Schaefer in that second spot.
And Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that number 1 spot. But we have not seen Vaughn yet, so we're wondering if they have any radio communication and found out what's going on out on racecourse.
We saw Lauren Healy earlier, but I don't see him right now. They're probably on their rugged race radios trying to figure out what's going on.
And they're doing some pit swaps already here for the next class.
And here's our stock sportsman's unofficial results. In that 4th position, it goes to Matt Gresser.
In that 3rd position.
Oh, so Matt and Chris didn't even start.
No, they didn't. So number 2 position was Jason Dean.
And then if it sticks this way, it could be Mark Zaboff in that Toyota.
Well, we shall see what happens here, who actually comes across the line. Because also we have to clear a course for the next race as well.
But we got time. We're actually running ahead of schedule, and I'm actually getting some news right now. John Dykus just heard that John Schaefer broke a knuckle out on course race mile 5.
Oh, that's such a bummer.
So 46.88 is going to need some recovery. So thank you, John Dykus, for telling me that. But John Schaefer is out of the race. But where is Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Team Funhaver in that Bronco?
And you know that Vaughn is close in because we saw where he was at last on camera, was at that large either-or, which is not far from coming in.
Not far. So he's having issues and not sure if him and Eric Davis can get it squared away or not. But we're sure hoping for that. But we're way, I mean, I'm not going to say ahead of schedule, but we're looking like we're going to actually have a lunch break, kind of let everybody chill, let all this the safety crew and volunteers take a little break, and then at 1 p.m. we'll be kicking off the 4,400 Unlimited class. We have 20 of the fastest guys and gals that will be taking the green flag of the day, and it's going to be very exciting to see.
It's all exciting. I love watching all of this racing, but it sounds like we're going to go to some commercial break here momentarily so we can give some love to the sponsors. And
it's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I need it to try. Need it to fall. I need it in love. I'm flying away. I need never get old.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2022 Rush Off-Road Anniversary Bash featuring Ultra 4 and American Pro Rock presented by Mid-America Outdoors. It sounds like Joey's got the stock Sportsman's guys rounded up, so we'll throw it back down to him and give away some more of those Laser Nut trophies.
All right, Miles, I appreciate it. I'm down here in the winner's circle, standing here with my man. He's wearing a Brannick Motorsports shirt. Jason Den and his son. I want you to tell me, what is this moment like to share with your son?
Oh, it was awesome. First podium with my son driving with me.
Jason
we had to
Dean,
winch on
maybe?
one of the big mud hills back there, and I got onto him a little bit, but he did good. He did a good job.
He stayed pretty
Yes,
clean,
I
so it
think
must
so.
not have been
Jason
too
Dean.
awful bad. So tell me about your day out there. What was traffic like, race conditions? Just tell us. We want to know, how brutal was it?
It was rough in some spots, but little choppy, big rocks. Well, big rocks in some of the areas, but the worst part for us was the muddy ravine and the big hills. But
I want to ask him, this is your first time getting to ride in this big car with him in this racing at Ultra 4. How was your experience?
It's very fun.
Will you be back?
Yes.
All right. You got some sponsors you want to thank quickly?
yeah, Pure Country Weavers, Warren Winches, Brannick Motorsports, Milestar Tires.
All right. Y'all give it up right here. Jason Den, Stock Sportsman, second place. All right. I'm no stranger to this man. He's been standing on these boxes for quite some time. In your number one spot, Mark Zabeth and his co-driver. Tell us a little bit about who you got here with us today.
I got my nephew with me, Trent Duncan. He's bringing him back from about, I don't know, what was it, about 5-6 years there. Ran off to college and got an engineering degree, and finally said, come on, let's jump back in the car and make it happen. And so back in the car again, and hopefully he's having a good time. We kept him in the car the entire race, so he probably appreciated that. It was a great, fast course, just amazing, and want to thank Ultra 4 for kind of bringing the sportsman guys all together to be able to race with you. So I'm hoping to be out here on the East Coast for the rest of the season.
So, speaking of the sportsman class, just for you at home, we made this class as we made these mergers at the last moment so everybody would be included. We want to continue to grow this class. These guys want more competitors. So if you're at home, check us out. Get with us about this class. These are wild men. There was more out there, but this is all that finished the race today. On 35-inch tires at that, too. You got some sponsors you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Trail Gear for all their help. I'd like to also thank Got Propane and Maxxis Tires. I'm just amazed by how they're working today, and so I want to thank all those guys for helping the team out and getting us here. So thank you.
All right, guys, I couldn't be more excited to see you two guys up here together. Y'all been doing this together for a while. Y'all give it up. Mark Zabeth, number one, Stock Sportsman. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Joey, for giving away some more of those amazing laser nut trophies. The stock sportsman class, like I said, it's new to the sport, but we hope to see it grow. It's cool to see because just like Joey said, we want everybody to be able to race. And it's just kind of like a good old boy farm truck because you can bring that out here, pass all the safety and tech, and come out here and play with us at Ultra 4 Racing.
Exactly.
It's been a lot of fun to see. We still have some trophies to give away for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We have a few more to go, and then we'll kind of wind down and regroup, and then at 1 p.m. Eastern time, we'll do the 4400 Unlimited class. But it's been a great day of racing thus far, and it's only going to get better. So it sounds like we're going to give away some more trophies here in a little bit. But while we wait on that to get reset, we'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house. if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Ford WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, Ford WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to Ford WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at FordWP.com.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Welcome back. We are live in the Nitto studio, but we got one more class to give away. So, Joey, let's give away some more of those LaserNet trophies. Go ahead, buddy.
All right, Miles, I'm down here. I got a lot of trophies to give away, but I got to tell you, the developing news here is only one man was brave enough to dare this course in stock and make all the laps and get back here. Well, two men in one car. Y'all give it up for Von Gitt Jr. and his co-driver, the #1 stock car coming in here today. So, guys, we've been hearing from all the other classes that was on course the same time as you. When you guys were out there, you had to start at the back of the pack. I want you to tell us a little bit about traffic and how it impacted your race.
Yeah, traffic actually wasn't that bad. We caught a 4500 car, and he was pretty respectful. We heard the siren, got out of the way, and we ended up getting hemmed up. The course is getting gnarly, just getting beat in. It's really sloppy and loose out there, and we ended up in a bad spot on one of the climbs, ended up having a winch, and beyond that, we didn't catch any more traffic. We had, I think, the leaders of the 48-45 race come up on us and obviously respected and got out of the way and just kept running our own race. And, yeah, really pumped to put this Bronco on the top of the podium, the stock class. It wants to go so much faster on the course, but we knew we had to be patient. Eric was just keeping me calm down, letting us, our team was letting us know the splits and just running a smart race, and that's what it is, and that's what earned a win.
So listen, of all the race course, can you tell us about maybe what was the wildest spot or maybe your funnest spot as you come around that track each time?
I love the nice, smooth tree sections. Just rip and roll a little left foot brake and, rotate the car and into the turn. It's just so fun. The power lines are fun, but they're getting pretty sketchy in this class. A lot of rocks are coming out. What was your favorite part, son?
Definitely wasn't the topsoil. The topsoil is so slick here. It took us about 10 minutes to winch out. I like it when it's beat down and you're on the dry clay. We could roll and put some time down. It was awesome.
Well, guys, we couldn't be happier to have you standing here on the top spot. Y'all get your pictures and get loud one more time. Von Gitt Jr. right here, Team Fun Haver. All right, Miles, we're going to send it back up to you. We're having a blast. Y'all stay tuned.
Well, thank you, Joey. We just wrapped up all of the EMC classes, so just, again, a huge congratulations to everybody that's raced so far today. We started out with the UTVs, just ran all the limited classes, and then at 1 p.m. Eastern time, we got about an hour and a half before we kick off the 4400 Unlimited class. So it's going to be a great day of racing, and then at 4 p.m. we kick off the 170 youth class. That's the future of our sport.
Yes.
I am so excited. I think we've only got 3 UTV.
5 now.
We got 5 now.
Yes,
we got a few more that got added. Awesome. But again, that's the future of the sport. That everybody starts as a kid, so it's cool to see. They didn't have UTVs when I was a kid, so it's really cool to see that. And I think that's just going to progress more and more. And it's really cool to have the youth out here racing with them. So I saw Chris May. He's got his daughter Hurricane Riley out there.
And
they just built a new chassis.
Car,
it's going to be cool to see.
Tell me about it last night.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. So that's at 4 p.m. and then at 6 p.m. the America Pro Rock rock mounting starts, and that's definitely a spectator friendly. It's going to be a lot of fun watching. They're going to be right behind us. You can just see up this hill and be racing up there, knockout racing, side by side, drag style racing up a hill. Don't miss it. So it sounds like we're going to wrap up here. We'll be back. Remember, 1 p.m. is when we start, so we'll come back a little bit early.
So make sure you join back in on Facebook or YouTube.
Yep, Facebook, YouTube. Go to MAO app. Get on all that stuff, ultra4racing.com/live. So we're going to take a quick little lunch break for just over an hour. But 1 p.m. Eastern time, we'll kick it off. So we'll see you guys here in just a little bit.